203. The wily Sandino is a maddening problem for the Marines because of his swift shifting, wrote Denny in the February 12, 1928 Times, and many officers declare earnestly they would give a year's pay only once to come to grips with him. Yet, just the day before, Secretary of the Navy Curtis Wilbur had appeared before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to again offer assurance that Sandino was finished. 7-2 Back in Managua, General Phelan explained that in the Army, we use the word bandit in a technical sense, meaning the member of a band. In early March, however, the Marine Corps announced that Sandino had met the official criteria necessary to be designated a guerrilla. On March 14, Phelan ordered his men to wipe out the guerrilla within 2 months. The same day the U.S. Senate received a message from Sandino demanding immediate withdrawal of the Marines, or the safety of all North Americans in Nicaragua would be in jeopardy. 2 days after that, another 1,000 Marines were dispatched for Nicaragua duty. A group of young men who had just joined the Marine Corps to become musicians found themselves slogging through Nicaragua's Atlantic swamps and jungles. 7-3 At the end of April, Sandino suddenly turned up far to the east in the Atlantic coast region, destroying the La Luz and Bonanza gold mines. He left the following note for the La Luz mine manager. Your mine has been reduced to ashes by order of this command to make more tangible our protest against the warlike invasion your government has made of our territory with no other right than that of brute force. You, the capitalists, will be appreciated and respected by us as long as you treat us as equals and not in the erroneous manner of today, believing yourselves lords and masters of our lives and property. In the meantime, Sandino advised the mine owners to bill President Coolidge for the damages. 7-4 Amidst the barrage of conflicting reports on the whereabouts of the bandit guerrilla or guerrilla bandit, North American writer Carlton Beals was telegraphing the first of 6 dispatches to the nation. Making a difficult journey across the Honduras border, Beals had evaded both Honduran troops and U.S. Marines. He caught up with Sandino just after his abandonment of El Chipote. The first journalist to reach Sandino since he began his war against the Marines, Beals furnished the North American public with a glimpse of a nationalistic leader who was neither defeated nor the rapacious bandit they had been led to believe. The writer concluded his final dispatch with the following. Let me repeat, declared the general, we are no more bandits than was Washington. If the American public had not become callous to justice and to the elemental rights of mankind, it would not so easily. 204. Forget its own past when a handful of ragged soldiers marched through the snow leaving blood tracks behind them to win liberty and independence. If their consciences had not become dulled by their scramble for wealth, Americans would not so easily forget the lesson that, sooner or later, every nation, however weak, achieves freedom, and that every abuse of power hastens the destruction of the one who wields it. 7-5. Beals' portrait of Sandino no doubt helped spread opposition to Coolidge's Nicaragua policies within the United States. There were speeches and resolutions in Congress. Never in the history of the country has a president sent armed forces to a country and kept them there a year without the authority of Congress, declared Senator Dill of Washington. There were petitions and peace delegations and protesters arrested in front of the White House. Sandino's half-brother Socrates made a speaking tour of the U.S., and the All-America Anti-Imperialist League sold postage stamps with the caption, "Protest against Marine rule in Nicaragua," which were pasted on the backs of envelopes. Citing a section of an obscenity law, the U.S. Post Office refused to deliver letters that bore the stickers. 7-6 later, the same committee organized a drive to collect medical supplies for the Sandinistas. A Marine captain described an expedition down the Coco River that failed to make contact with the rebels. The health of the personnel suffered severely. The waterproof sea bags sprang leaks. The rains wet the blankets. The high, steep banks of the river, the fogs, the low-flying clouds, and the afternoon rains, allowed so little sunlight to strike the cocoa bottoms that from telpanca on the men's clothing and blankets were never dry. When it is considered that the men spent an average of 8 to 12 hours per day in the water, handling the boats and the lines, slept in wet bedding and were at the mercy of mosquitoes, fleas, and gnats during the day, it is easy to understand why 37 men of the expedition were sick at one time or another. At the time of its recall, the expedition had 18 men on the sick list, 3 of the above were stretcher cases. The lack of sunshine, the exhausting labor and the constant state of wetness had sapped the vitality to a low ebb and left disease an easy entrance. Add to this that cuts, bruises and lacerations were constantly being acquired from boats, rocks, and thorns. These became infected by lengthy exposure in dirty river water, and that few of the personnel escaped them. One member of the expedition was drowned. Another suffered a cerebral concussion and facial wounds. Under conditions ceaselessly perilous as those encountered, narrow escapes became commonplace and saving and being saved routine stuff. 77. 205. By the end of the first 9 months of the war against Sandino, all the elements had appeared in miniature that would become so familiar 40 years later during Vietnam: a terrain alien and difficult for the foreigner, an elusive enemy, a hostile and seemingly inscrutable population. There were peasants who took rifles from hiding places at night and resumed innocuous rustic tasks at dawn. There were the inevitable barbarities and the difficulties of trying to explain this police action being conducted against those who were, it was asserted, merely a group of outlaws. There were even 3 Marines who deserted to join Sandino. 7-8 There were other pioneering aspects to the war as well. Harold Denny told Times readers in a dispatch from Oakville that the present activities furnish the first practical laboratory for the development of post-war aviation in coordination with ground troops. Never before have planes participated in warfare, but they have proved themselves a most deadly weapon against hidden enemies. The aircraft were doing the work of artillery, Denny reported, breaking up enemy concentrations with their bombing attacks and following these up with diving charges ending with bursts of machine gun fire. The word strafing had not yet come into usage. 7-9 A few years later the Japanese would find such a practical laboratory in China. In fact, when Henry Stimson became Hoover's Secretary of State, recommended for the job in part by his peacemaking efforts at Tepe Tapa, he protested against the Japanese invasion of Manchuria, only to find his own country's activities in Nicaragua to be a considerable embarrassment. Japan claimed that it, too, was simply protecting the lives and property of its citizens. 80. The possibility that Sandinista activity would disrupt the 1928 voting became a major worry for the United States. The US-supervised presidential election was the cornerstone of the Stimson/State Department plan for Nicaraguan stability imposed at Tepe Tapa the previous year. Getting Sandino was a matter of vital importance to the United States, said Dana Monroe, U.S. charge in Managua. The defiant Nicaraguan who had stepped from nowhere to the center of the world stage had already caused the United States a great deal of discomfiture, and now jeopardized its entire Caribbean policy. To cope with the threat, Marines and naval personnel in Nicaragua, reduced to less than 2,000 after Espino Negro, were increased to nearly 6,000 again in 1928. By April the Marines had established 48 garrisons throughout Nicaragua, supported by numerous airstrips. 8-1 Though the continued inability to get Sandino never ceased to be a source of frustration, the military escalation was not without results. By 206. Sandino's own account, he came close to being captured or killed on several occasions. 8-2 His troops learned to shun combat with large Marine and Guardia units and to avoid being sighted by the airplanes. But the Marine Guardia columns likewise learned to be wary of Sandinista ambushes. As 1928 advanced, the number of clashes became fewer and fewer. The harsh reality of a seemingly unwinnable war, the electoral propaganda, and offers of amnesty all took their toll on Sandino's followers. The guerrilla leader confronted defections and treachery, seeing his force reduced to a few hundred at most. Though unable to defeat Sandino, the Marines managed to keep his locus of operations confined to remote and sparsely populated areas where he could not mount a serious challenge to the election. So far as Nicaraguan internal politics are concerned, in fact, wrote Minister Eberhard to Secretary Kellogg, the Sandinista movement has lost practically all of its significance. In regard to the 1928 election, Eberhard was not far wrong. On August 1 Sandino issued a manifesto denouncing the election, saying that both candidates were merely tools of U.S. policy, and declaring his intention to prevent it from going off as planned. 8-3 But the manifesto was about the only real opposition he could mount. The State Department had other difficulties with the election, however. Emiliano Chamorro wanted to be president again, but he was out of favor. 207. In Washington, Chamorro was as cooperative as could be with U.S. investors and with Washington's strategic/canal objectives, but he expected in return the perpetuation in power of the Conservative Party's right wing, which he headed. Chamorro did not share the State Department's squeamishness about constitutional forms. If it took U.S. troops to keep him in power, it was fine with him. But that was definitely not what Washington had in mind. Chamorro made a trip to Washington in October 1927 seeking support for his candidacy. Monroe urged the State Department to use the occasion to tell him, in no uncertain terms, that he could not run. Argued Monroe. Even if he were eligible for the presidency, his election in 1928 would be disastrous to Nicaragua because it would intensify the hostility of the two parties to such a degree that the establishment of a satisfactory government would be impossible. I believe the above points outweigh the obvious disadvantage of appearing to do anything to influence the selection of candidates by either party. The advice was taken. Assistant Secretary of State Francis White handed Chamorro a written statement informing him that he would not be considered constitutionally eligible for the presidency. 84 But the caudillo was not to be jilted so easily. Coolidge had dispatched Brigadier General Frank R. McCoy to supervise the election, and Harold Dodds returned to revise his 1923 law to allow for North American electoral officials and Marine poll watchers. Chamorro, wanting to prevent Yankee interference with the electoral shenanigans traditionally employed by the conservatives to keep themselves in power, put on a show of nationalist indignation at this foreign interference. His faction in the Congress refused to approve Dodd's revised law. U.S. strong-arming to get the law passed was of no avail. Finally, it was necessary to have Diaz promulgate the law by decree after Congress adjourned, notwithstanding the apparent unconstitutionality of such a procedure. 85 Nor did the troubles end there. Habitual factionalism split the Conservative Party, which held two separate conventions. But McCoy ruled that only one conservative candidate could run, and ultimately forced the two factions to agree on Adolfo Bénard, the Sugar King. To ensure that there would be no anti-Americans on the ballot, or any possibility that the election could be thrown into the troublesome Congress, McCoy refused to allow the participation of third parties. Carlton Beals found McCoy to be a man who had hit upon an ideal scheme for the salvation of Nicaragua, a utopian democratic perfection, which he was putting over with the faith of a Loyola and the same inquisitorial methods. 86. 208. The liberal candidate was José María Moncada. Even beyond Sandinista ranks there was much speculation that Moncada had been promised the presidency as part of his deal with Stimson. Whether or not he had any promise or hint of U.S. support is of little importance. Moncada didn't need it. He was a shrewd enough politician to parley his friendship with Stimson and Yankee military personnel, and a trip to the U.S. Capitol, into the appearance that he was Washington's man. That was enough. 87 After 17 years of North American control, most Nicaraguans were resigned to the idea that the U.S. choice would be president. If they had to humor the Yankees by putting a piece of paper in a box, so be it. The Coolidge administration strenuously denied being partial to Moncada, but it couldn't convince the U.S. press of that, much less the Nicaraguans. Not that it wasn't pleased at Moncada's election. Have we the right to deny the United States the right of intervention in our affairs? Moncada had asked rhetorically in 1911. By no means, was his categorical reply. These views were well known at the State Department. Stimson regarded Moncada as our strongest real friend in Nicaragua, someone brave enough to stand for friendship with the United States. 88 The department also knew that its open endorsement of Moncada was not necessary. The Liberals had long been known to be the majority party. All that was needed for Moncada's election, if that was what the United States wanted, was to ensure that the conservatives didn't control the voting and that nationalistic liberals had no alternative candidate they could vote for. McCoy and the Marines saw to it that both those conditions were met. So far as the Liberal Party was concerned, it was no longer the party of Zelaya, the party the United States had deposed in 1909-10. Among its leaders, nationalists were now in a minority, some having gone over to Sandino. The majority saw no future in opposing the United States. If Moncada's ostentatious toadying was the road back to power after their long exclusion, Liberal Party leaders were ready to take it. Their attitude no doubt infected much of the rank and file who looked for some good to come from Moncada's election, no matter how distasteful they found him personally. 89 The inauguration of Moncada in January 1929 was accompanied, no doubt, by sighs of relief and self-congratulation in the State Department and the Managua legation. They had taken a major step forward in realizing the pacification plan embodied in the Espino-Negro Pact. The election had come off, after all, without a major hitch. Never mind that armed Marines had been posted at every polling place. The election looked honest and they could hold it up as an example of democracy in action. The world, especially Latin America, would see that the United States truly was full. 209. Filling its vaunted mission of teaching its wards to elect good men. Moreover, Nicaragua's president, put in office by the popular will, was a man in complete sympathy with United States interests. If the damned Sandino wasn't completely out of the picture, at least he'd been pushed into the background. More supervised elections would be needed to make this kind of stability habitual, but in the meantime Moncada could be trusted to cooperate in strengthening the Guardia Nacional. In the foreseeable future this native force would replace the Marines hunting Sandino and the United States would be relieved of its chief international embarrassment. In short, there was light at the end of the tunnel, and guarded assurances could be given to incoming President Hoover, who was understandably reluctant to take up where Coolidge left off with the foreign policy nightmare called Nicaragua. For Sandino it was a time of reflection and reorientation. When he reached his difficult decision to oppose what he considered the shameful and humiliating betrayal of Espino Negro, he did so more with the idea of offering himself as a sacrifice, an example for future generations, than with the expectation of successfully resisting the power of the United States. It was a modest objective. He had declared in one of his first manifestos, "I want to convince the unconcerned Nicaraguans, the apathetic Central Americans, and the entire Indo-Hispanic race that in a spur of the Andean Cordillera there is a group of patriots who know how to fight and die like men." He had asked his followers to embark upon a consciously suicidal mission. "We are alone," he told his assembled troops at Jinotega after Moncada's capitulation, "the cause of Nicaragua has been abandoned. Henceforth our enemies will be, not the forces of the tyrant Diaz, but the Marines of the most powerful empire that history has known. We will be vilely murdered by the bombs that terrible airplanes rain down upon us, slashed with foreign bayonets, riddled by modern machine guns." He dismissed from the enterprise all who had family obligations. 90 But when the confrontation did not end in the dramatic finale of blood and fire, thoughts of self-immolation gave way to more ambitious projects. As the months went by and the movement survived, gaining strength and self-confidence, the idea emerged that if it was not possible to defeat the United States militarily, perhaps sustained resistance could so impede North American plans as to compel their eventual abandonment. Actions were aimed at embarrassing the United States by demonstrating the vulnerability of its power. A special target was the Yankees' claimed right to protect lives and property. Those who appealed for U.S. protection, whether foreigners or Nicaraguans, were singled out for summary and sometimes 210 brutal treatment, but those who first wore such protection were left alone. The war became a kind of armed propaganda. When the United States became convinced that it could not forcibly pacify the country, it would have no choice but to give up trying to impose a Diaz or a Moncada, it would resign itself to allowing Nicaragua to choose its own government in its own fashion. The Sandinistas would then put down their arms. This was the often repeated pledge peace when the Marines were withdrawn, not before. Early manifestations of support in both Latin America and the United States had been encouraging. But the adulation of poets and declarations of solidarity by isolated groups were not enough, and as the struggle dragged on, Sandino's hopes of more substantial international aid were disappointed. Both Nicaragua and the outside world seemed to be losing interest, succumbing to venality. As the 1928 elections drew near, Sandino gave vent to his disillusionment. In a letter to the rulers of America, dated August 4, 1928, he chided Latin American leaders for their lack of support. For 15 months, he said, his army had single-handedly stood up to the Yankees. During this time, gentlemen presidents, you have not attended to the fulfillment of your duty, because as representatives of free and sovereign peoples you are obliged to protest diplomatically or, if necessary, with the arms the people have entrusted to you, against the U.S. actions in Nicaragua. Perhaps the governments of Latin America think the Yankees only desire the conquest of Nicaragua and will content themselves with that, he continued. Had they forgotten that of the 21 American republics 6 have already lost their sovereignty: Panama, Puerto Rico, Cuba, Haiti, Santo Domingo, and Nicaragua? To concede to the United States any right of intervention in Latin American affairs, as some had done at the Pan American Conference, would bring disastrous consequences. If Latin governments were conscious of their historic responsibilities, they would come to Nicaragua's aid rather than waiting until conquest inflicts its ravages on their own soil. 9-1 Nor had attitudes in the United States lived up to Sandino's expectations. For some time I believed that the North American people were not in agreement with the abuses committed by the government of Calvin Coolidge in Nicaragua, he wrote in October 1928, but I have become convinced that in general the North Americans applaud the interference of Coolidge in my country. For that reason, he declared, all North Americans who fall into our hands have reached their end. 9-2 From the conclusion that Latin American leaders had defaulted on their duties in the face of the Yankee threat, Sandino developed ideas even more ambitious than the mere thwarting of U.S. plans in Nicaragua. Perhaps he 211 had been called to complete the project of Morazan, reunifying Central America, or even to take up where Bolívar had left off, forging from Latin America one great nation. In the destiny of our peoples it is said that humble and outraged Nicaragua will be the one designated to call us to unification, he wrote the president of Argentina. He had in mind a Nicaraguan canal, constructed jointly by the Latin America states in their mutual self-interest. If Latin Americans lacked the necessary capital for the work, at least by banding together they could extract a pledge of non-intervention from the United States in return for the concession. He proposed that Argentina host a conference to discuss these ideas. 93 Receiving no response, Sandino conceived an even more ambitious plan for the realization of the great dream of Bolívar. His army, he wrote in his introduction to the plan, could continue to resist the United States for years. But without the support of other Latin countries, it would ultimately be vanquished by the superpower. He urged the Latin American states to join in a formal alliance to maintain their independence in the face of the pretensions of the imperialism of the United States of North America, or in the face of any other power that tries to subordinate us to its interests. The 44 points of his plan included formal recognition of a single Latin American nationality, a declaration of the abolition of the Monroe Doctrine, establishment of a Latin American Court of Justice to resolve differences between states, provisions for mutual self-defense, and regulation of foreign investments. He would create a pan-Latin American armed force to step in and provide guarantees during outbreaks of civil war, thus avoiding foreign intervention on the pretext of protecting lives and property. He even included provisions for regulating tariffs and promoting tourism between Latin countries. All this pointed toward eventual unification. 94 To promote the plan and to renew contacts with the outside world that were broken off by the resignation of Froilan Tercios, his representative in the exterior, Sandino traveled to Mexico in July 1929. He placed great faith in Mexico and hoped to get help there. But the Mexican government was cool to him. He waited at Mérida, Yucatan for 6 months before President Portesgil would receive him, and no offer of support resulted from the meeting. In fact, unknown to Sandino, the United States had made a deal with Mexico to expedite the trip, hoping to keep him a virtual prisoner there. Finally, in May 1930, he managed to outwit his surveillance, and returned to Nicaragua to resume the struggle. He had been absent for nearly a year. Though Central American exiles, labor organizations, and the Mexican people in general had greeted him with enthusiasm, his trip was a disappointment. The project of a Latin American alliance in support of Nicaragua had come to nothing. 95. 212. But appeals to Latin American governments were not Sandino's only strategy for breaking the impasse his movement seemed to have reached. Though he never abandoned the dream of a unified Latin America, he also began to develop a political strategy based on the day-to-day concerns of the Nicaraguan people themselves. In January 1929, after Moncada's inauguration, Sandino had publicized a series of proposed bases for peace. The Sandinistas promised to recognize Moncada's presidency and lay down their arms, provided that he fulfill certain conditions. He must demand the immediate withdrawal of all U.S. forces from the country and an end to U.S. intervention. He must also agree to a series of reforms, including the abolition of the state tobacco monopoly, an 8-hour day for all workers, abolition of wage payments in scrip, equal pay for equal work for women, the regulation of child labor, and the recognition of workers' right to organize. Sandino never expected Moncada to agree to these conditions, but the proposal served to draw a clear line between the two camps regarding Nicaragua's social problems. A manifesto issued shortly before the guerrilla leader returned from Mexico was equally significant. It called on Nicaraguan labor to unionize. Only the organized force of the peasants and workers could achieve victory, it declared. 96 Sandino's return to Nicaragua and the new orientation coincided with the start of the Great Depression. Prices for coffee, the country's chief export, plummeted, mines and lumber companies on the Atlantic coast closed down. Many more people were thrown out of work by a fungus that infected large sections of the banana-growing region and halted operations. Moncada closed schools and paid public employees with bonds. When workers on the Managuarama Road project were fired without pay in mid-1931, they revolted and joined a Sandinista attack on the Guardia post at Rama. 97 The Moncada government responded to unrest by stepping up repression, not only against suspected Sandinista supporters but against traditional political opponents as well. Because U.S. Marines officered the National Guard, the nation's sole military and police force, it was the United States that carried out Moncada's repressive measures. With the approval of the Marine commander, General Phelan, Moncada formed volunteer paramilitary units in the northern regions. Composed of his personal loyalists and commanded by a Mexican mercenary, General Juan Escamilla, these bands terrorized peasants suspected of Sandinista sympathies and summarily executed a number of persons. Some of the killings were carried out with the complicity of accompanying Marine officers. Moreover, some 200 women and children relocated by the volunteers died from starvation or exposure. 98. 213. General Phelan defended the voluntarios as more efficient and aggressive than the Guardia. But the State Department worried that their activities would reflect on the U.S. Secretary of State Stimson cautioned the new U.S. Minister, Matthew Hanna, to ensure that the voluntarios not be identified with the Guardia, and that they be disbanded as soon as practicable. 99 In 1930, the Marine officer commanding the Guardia in the northern region developed a plan to forcibly relocate peasants. Like the strategic Hamlet program tried in Vietnam, its purpose was to deprive the guerrillas of their support base. The plan was soon abandoned, however, presumably for fear of adverse publicity. 100 The Sandinista movement grew rapidly. It developed a network of collaborators and spies reaching into the Guardia and onto the Marine bases. It published a clandestine newspaper and minted gold coins to circulate in areas under its control. 1931 was a year of general offensive, and Sandinista military actions extended to several new regions. Moncada had to declare martial law in the departments of Leon and Chinandega, where Sandinista activity had previously been minimal. Sandinista attacks forced U.S. businesses on the Atlantic coast to shut down. By November 1931 the situation was, in the words of U.S. Charge Bolak, as grave as, or graver than, at any time since I have been in Nicaragua. He reported to Washington that many of his Nicaraguan contacts fear that the movement has attained a revolutionary character. 101 The Hoover administration faced difficult decisions. When the Stimson pacification plan was imposed in 1927, it was thought the Marines could be reduced to a token force that could then be withdrawn after the 1928 Nicaraguan presidential election. Sandino's revolt had radically altered those calculations. Nonetheless, in the flush of optimism caused by the lull in Sandinista activity during and after the election period, the number of Marines had been reduced again to 3,100 by May 1929, or just over half. But Moncada and the U.S. legation opposed further withdrawals. Hanna advised that despite the lack of activity, Sandino's influence had grown since his departure for Mexico. 102 other pressures, however, compelled Hoover to continue the troop reductions despite Sandino's resurgence. The 1929 stock market crash laid economic problems on the White House doorstep that were more than enough to occupy the president. The public, including much of the business sector, was tired of the long and costly Nicaragua intervention, and that reality was reflected more and more in Congress. Then, too, the Marines were just not proving effective in combating Sandinistas. In November 1930, the Foreign Policy Association reported the findings of an investigation it had conducted on the progress of Nicaraguan reconstruction since the 214 Espino-Negro Pact. It did not express optimism that Sandino could be defeated by military means. Concluded the report. If the common population of Nicaragua and Honduras did not believe that the fighting in Nicaragua was between so-called patriots and the United States, but was merely what the American government represents it to be, a campaign against common outlaws, the problem of the suppression of banditry would be much easier. Economic problems, it found, were also a significant factor in generating banditry. Then, too, there were signs of demoralization in the State Department. Secretary Stimson lamented that, in contrast to the Philippines, the Marine record in Nicaragua simply hasn't been a good job well done. 103 By June 1930 U.S. personnel in Nicaragua had been reduced to 1,248. That figure nearly doubled again for the 1930 congressional elections, but declined again afterward. By this time the Guardia Nacional had been built up to 2,176, including 203 U.S. officers and trainers. As far as the development of the Guardia permitted, the policy was to keep Marines out of actual combat so as to minimize casualties. But on December 31, 1930, Sandinistas ambushed a patrol of 10 Marines in Nueva Segovia, killing all but 2. The dramatic attack brought to a head the domestic opposition to intervention, resulting in a new series of protests and congressional withdrawal resolutions. The administration had little choice but to respond to the pressure. On February 13, just hours before a crucial House vote, Stimson announced that the remaining Marines would be withdrawn after the 1932 Nicaraguan presidential election. In the interim, all police powers would be turned over to the Guardia, with the Marines confined to garrison duties. Stimson's plan would handle the Sandinistas by building roads into rebel strongholds and increasing the size of the Guardia. The bill before the House, which would have compelled Marine withdrawal 6 months ahead of Stimson's timetable, was defeated by a margin of 191 to 133. 104 But without the Secretary's prior withdrawal announcement the vote might easily have been reversed. Development of the Guardia had been slow and difficult. There were 9 mutinies in the native force, in which 2 U.S. officers were killed. Nicaraguan politicians argued over who would control it. No faction, not even Moncada's, wanted to facilitate the growth of a military organization independent of itself. Likewise, there were jealousies and rivalries between the Marine and Guardia command structures. The Marine officers in charge of the Guardia were nominally subject to the regular Marine chain of command, but at the same time were supposedly independent of it. Thus Marine Lieutenant Colonel Beadle, a subordinate of General Phelan, was, as 215. Chief of the Guardia, a general himself. Naturally Beadle favored independence from the Marines, while Phelan maneuvered to bring the Guardia under his own sway. The State Department, meanwhile, wanted to keep the Nicaraguan sepoys beyond the reach of local political controversies. It was thought this would lead to greater political stability and, incidentally, to greater U.S. control. The military men didn't concern themselves with such questions. They argued that letting Moncada have his way with the Guardia would mean greater efficiency. The process was not totally without comic relief, however. At one point the Yankee Guardia command had the penitentiary painted green, unaware that green symbolized the Conservative Party, Moncada's opponents. 105 As the 1932 presidential election and the scheduled U.S. withdrawal drew near, presidential candidates Adolfo Diaz and Juan Sacasa signed an agreement to make peace with Sandino, the prime objective of the victor. The pact, made at the behest of the independent Grupo Patriotico, was kept secret from the Moncada faction. 106 Anastasio Somoza, Moncada's acting Minister of Foreign Affairs, attempted in the interim to convince the U.S. to abandon its plan to withdraw after the new president's inauguration. U.S. Minister Hanna tried to reassure Somoza. I have pointed out that the possibility of conciliating Sandino will be greater if no Marines remain in Nicaragua, and that even if conciliation proved to be impossible, a united Nicaragua, having deprived Sandino of his principal excuse for continued belligerency, that is, the presence of American Marines on foreign soil, might be in a better position to eliminate banditry than the present government assisted by the Marines. 107. Hanna compelled the two candidates, Sacasa and Diaz, to sign a pledge to maintain the National Guard as a non-political force, and plans were made to turn its command over to Nicaraguan personnel. As the Guardia had only a few recently trained Nicaraguan officers, who held junior ranks, civilians would have to be appointed to the higher posts. Hanna's choice to head the Guardia was Anastasio Somoza. Both the aging minister and his younger wife, it was said, were bewitched by Somoza's effervescent personality. Mrs. Hanna reportedly found him to be a charming dancing partner. 109 To the State Department minister Hanna wrote, I look upon him as the best man in the country for the position. I know no one who will labor as intelligently and consciously to maintain the nonpartisan character of the Guardia, or will be as efficient in all matters connected with the administration of the force. 110. Juan Sacasa, the winning presidential candidate, was sworn in on January 1, 1933. During the preceding 4 years he had re-established his credentials with the United States, serving as Moncada's ambassador to Washington. The next day, the last of the U.S. occupation forces departed from Corinto. Negotiations between representatives of Sacasa and Sandino progressed rapidly, impelled in part, perhaps, by mutual apprehension about the intentions of the new National Guard commander. For his part, Somoza publicly opposed the negotiations, fearing they would result in a reorganization of the Guardia. Nevertheless, Sandino flew into Managua, where he was greeted by an enthusiastic mass outpouring. His main precondition for laying down arms, a U.S. withdrawal, had already been met. In addition, the agreement he signed with Sacasa on February 2 provided his followers with a large tract of land in the Coco River Valley on which to develop an agricultural cooperative. 111 Typically, both Sandino and the United States claimed victory. The Sandinistas believed their 5.5-year resistance had forced the U.S. to withdraw the Marines. Dana Monroe tried to draw up Washington's balance sheet in the July 1933 issue of Foreign Affairs magazine. Monroe had played an important part in shaping U.S. Nicaragua policy. he was in charge of Central American affairs at the State Department under Coolidge, served as U.S. Charge in Managua during the war against Sandino, and authored several influential books on Central America. Monroe downplayed Sandino's significance. U.S. intervention in Nicaragua had ended, he wrote, with the withdrawal of the Marines and the capitulation of Sandino. He did not, he said, propose to take up the question of whether the intervention had been right or wrong, a question which could not be discussed adequately without a comprehensive examination of the fundamental bases of the foreign policy of the United States. But as he saw it, the intervention had certainly increased the prevalent suspicion and dislike of the United States, with noticeable results not only in the sphere of diplomacy but also in commerce. Commercial rivals and other elements interested in creating anti-American sentiment were prompt to seize upon the opportunity for hostile propaganda, and distorted and misrepresented the details of a policy which in any case was highly offensive to Latin American public opinion. 217. On the other hand, he concluded, there can be no doubt that the intervention was beneficial to Nicaragua. The U.S. had halted a civil war, its policy, ably and tactfully carried out by the American representatives in Nicaragua, had helped foster a spirit of conciliation between the traditional political parties, and this had been augmented by a series of free elections. He was hopeful that, thanks to the benevolent influence of the United States, the Nicaraguan liberals and conservatives would now be able to cooperate loyally in a program to establish permanent peace. 112 Nearly 30 years later, in 1961, Monroe had changed his evaluation. The continent-wide reaction to the war with Sandino, he wrote, made the Nicaraguan intervention one of the most disastrous things that ever happened to our Latin American relations. 113 In a sense, both sides had won a victory. It was partly true that Sandino's guerrillas had compelled withdrawal of the Marines. More precisely, the Marines had been withdrawn in the face of the opposition to intervention, both domestic and international, generated by the Sandinista's stubborn resistance. Perhaps more important, a Latin American army, and a small one at that, had successfully demonstrated that the United States was not invincible. Operating on the contrary thesis a quarter of a century earlier, Zelaya had resigned his office at the mere threat of intervention. But the U.S. government had also won. It had disposed of the embarrassing Sandino affair and put itself in position to step forward as the good neighbor of Latin America. And it still had cards to play in Nicaragua. At first all went well with the peace between Sandino and Sacasa. Sandino's followers, except for a personal bodyguard of 100, disarmed according to plan. But Sandino's political activity on the one hand and ominous moves by Somoza's Guardia on the other heightened tensions as the year progressed. Sandinistas and Guardia clashed. It became increasingly clear that the weak Sacasa could not control Somoza, despite his assurances to Sandino. Under the circumstances, Sandino was reluctant to carry out the provision of the peace plan that called for the disarming of his bodyguard. Instead, he denounced the Guardia as unconstitutional and demanded its reform. He returned to Managua 1 year after signing the peace treaty to try to resolve the matter. Leaving the presidential palace after a dinner with Sacasa on the evening of February 21, 1934, Sandino, his brother Socrates, and 2 aides were arrested by members of the Guardia, taken to the Managua airfield, and machine-gunned. 114. 11. Good neighbors. The third alternative is a policy whereby the United States would merely guarantee stability in Nicaragua, regardless of whether this involved the maintenance of unrepresentative or dictatorial government. This policy would have the merit of simplicity. It would be the easiest policy for the United States to apply. From a 1930 report summarizing policy options under consideration by the U.S. State Department. A. Anastasio Somoza Garcia was born in 1896 in the village of San Marcos, just a few kilometers from Niconohomo, birthplace of Augusto Sandino the year before. His father, Anastasio Somoza Reyes, was, like Don Gregorio Sandino, a coffee planter. Somoza Reyes worked the farm his wife had inherited, though less successful than Sandino's father. he was nevertheless well connected. As a senator during the conservative regime inaugurated by the Dawson Pact, he was able to send his son Taco to school in Granada under the guardianship of the country's foreign minister, Diego Manuel Chamorro. But apart from the coincidence of the time and place of their birth and the similarity of family and educational backgrounds, Taco Somoza and his future victim Sandino could not have been less alike. Though Somoza's father was a conservative politician, young Taco at first showed no interest in politics. After getting the maid pregnant, he was sent to live in Philadelphia with his uncle, a wealthy physician. There he attended business school, studied bookkeeping and advertising, and worked at several 220 jobs, including, it seems, that of used car salesman. The selling of used cars would have been an apt choice for Somoza, because all the traits popularly associated with that profession, backslapping unctuousness, gaudy bad taste, braggadocio, sleazy lowbrow humor, and dishonesty fit him to a T. Business acumen was the one thing Taco lacked, however. When he returned to Nicaragua several years later, his business ventures, opening a store and later an automobile dealership, were failures. Though he married into a wealthy Leon liberal family, the bride's father was not disposed to support his uncouth son-in-law. Taco had to try his hand at various jobs, even that of outhouse inspector for the Rockefeller Foundation sanitation mission. But he soon tired of such efforts to support himself and his family. Arrested for participation in a counterfeiting scheme, he was saved from prison by the former guardian who was now president of the Republic, Diego Chamorro. The events of 1925 and 1926, the coup by Emiliano Chamorro and the constitutionalist uprising, at last awakened Somoza to the possibilities of a career in politics. Sensing the direction of political fortunes, he took up the constitutionalist cause, and persuading some of the locals to join him, tried to seize control of his hometown, San Marcos. Camarista troops quickly squashed the clumsy effort and captured its ringleader. But once again the old family ties with the Chamorros came to Tacho's rescue, and he was pardoned on a promise of good conduct. Bestowing on himself the title of general for his role in the San Marcos Putsch, Somoza sat out the rest of the war in exile in neighboring Costa Rica. With U.S. intervention and the arrival of the Stimson mission, however, Taco saw his chance, as did fellow opportunist and distant relative Moncada. The return of North American tutelage would mean political rearranging, and he was not about to be left out. Back in Nicaragua, he parlayed his ingratiating manner, his fluency in English, and credentials as the son-in-law of an influential liberal into a job as a translator and constant companion of the Yankees. Stimson himself was so favorably impressed that he wrote in his diary, "Somoza is a very frank, friendly, likable young liberal, and his attitude impresses me more favorably than almost any other." Taco stuck close to the U.S. military personnel charged with setting up the National Guard, and when Moncada became president he was given a job in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with special responsibility for acting as a go-between with the North Americans. Two Nicaraguan Yanquistas, as Sandino called those who identified their interests with the United States, were quick to play on the vanity of some U.S. military personnel. Much to the consternation of the Managua Diplo. 221. Matic Corps, including the U.S. Legation Marine Commander Brigadier General Phelan and Special Service Squadron Chief Rear Admiral Sellers, had insisted on being accorded special diplomatic status by the Moncada government. This enabled them to take precedence over the charges of other countries in matters of diplomatic protocol. Phelan, in particular, jealously clung to this privilege. Taking his cue from Moncada, who made a major production of presenting Admiral Latimer with an improvised medal after the Espino Negro settlement, Taco began arranging for medals to be awarded regularly to U.S. officers. These trinkets of gold, silver, and bronze soon became much sought after, and the wives of officers who received lesser awards clamored after Taco for the more prestigious ones. Somoza's Philadelphia bookkeeping course may not have taken him far, but he put to good use the things learned in the States about North Americans. Whether dangling medals, charming Minister Hanna's wife with his ballroom dancing, entertaining journalists with locker room jokes, or manipulating Yankee anti-communist paranoia. Throughout his career he was a master at getting the gringos to do what he wanted. Under the circumstances it was not surprising that Taco became the first Nicaraguan commander of the Guardia Nacional. Of course, the manipulation was not all one-sided. Somoza was made Guardia chief because he was known to be friendly to U.S. interests. The Guardia was to be a non-political force that would maintain a stable, pro-US government by mediating between the fractious liberals and conservatives. The Yankee arbiters of Nicaragua's destiny could not have been blind to the consequences of an organization like the National Guard headed by someone as unscrupulous as Somoza. 6 years earlier, as head of a similar US-organized and trained non-political army, Rafael Trujillo had seized control in the Dominican Republic after formal US control had ended there. That fact certainly had not escaped the notice of analytical State Department minds. The danger was clear to both Sandino and Sacasa as soon as Somoza became Guardia chief. Likewise, Arthur Bliss Lane, who replaced Hanna as head of the U.S. legation at the end of 1933, was soon sending the department an accurate picture of goings-on in the country. In any case, soon after Sandino's murder it was widely accepted that Somoza was the real power in Nicaragua. For fearing that Sandino could foil his plans even from the grave, Taco soon began orchestrating a drive to discredit the memory of his dead enemy. He published a ghostwritten book titled The True Sandino, which portrayed the late rebel leader as a menace to society. Somoza, his ally Moncada, their supporters, and the newspapers under their influence depicted Sandino's assassination as a patriotic act. Before long Somoza felt confident. 222. Enough to publicly acknowledge his responsibility for the deed, claiming it was done with the acquiescence of U.S. Minister Lane, a charge made also by Sandino's lieutenants. Lane and the State Department hotly denied complicity, and indeed, there was no evidence of direct United States involvement. But neither were U.S. representatives upset over Sandino's death. Lane rebuked Somoza for having violated his word of honor to take no action against Sandino without my consent, but that was all. 5. For his part, Taco must have felt certain that if the United States did not look with favor on Sandino's murder, at least it would not react strongly, otherwise he would never have undertaken it, much less admitted his authorship. For Taco well knew that those who incurred the displeasure of the U.S. could find their ambitions vetoed just as those of Emiliano Chamorro had been in 1926. He understood that the death of Sandino was to the advantage of the United States. So long as the radical guerrillero remained alive he represented a threat not only to Somoza but to the whole American program in Nicaragua. Most Nicaraguans simply assumed the United States was behind Somoza. Minister Lane made an effort to restrain him and to strengthen the Sacasa government, but did not receive State Department backing. Lane repeatedly asked his chiefs in Washington to publicly disavow partisanship for the National Guard chief and to reiterate the policy of the 1923 Washington Accords denying recognition to regimes that came to power by violent or unconstitutional means. His requests were always turned down, with the explanation that the department wanted to avoid the impression of trying to control affairs in Central America. The Roosevelt administration had embarked on its vaunted good neighbor policy and such public statements, they said, would give the appearance of intervention. 6. Roosevelt and his Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, were certainly sincere in their desire to disentangle the U.S. from its long and costly Nicaragua involvement. They had much bigger things to worry about, as did Herbert Hoover before them, who first used the good neighbor phrase. 7. But the United States had unleashed Somoza and the National Guard on Nicaragua, and Latin Americans familiar with long-established U.S. policy goals in the region found the disavowal of further responsibility in the name of good neighborliness a bit hard to swallow. Putting his own followers in key Guardia posts and cultivating the allegiance of junior officers unhappy at seeing politicians appointed to fill the higher ranks, Taco swiftly consolidated his power. Lane immediately saw that Somoza had sacrificed respect of his men for popularity, and that Sacasa, in turn, had little or no control over the National Guard commander. In fact, an atmosphere of siege gripped the presidential palace. as the head of the only legal armed force in the country, which acted as 223. Both army and police, TACO could attract the support of opportunistic anti-Sakesa political factions like those headed by Moncada or Emiliano Chamorro, and could intimidate others. His influence over the Congress was such that by August 1934 he had pushed through a bill exonerating the National Guardsmen accused of killing Sandino. He used the same leverage to have relatives appointed to government jobs. 8. Lane advised the State Department in March 1935 that Nicaraguans still believed the U.S. would choose the next president of their country, and the choice would be Somoza. TACO himself was doing everything he could to foster the impression that he was Washington's man, something he and his offspring would do for the next 43 years. At last the department did give Lane a go-ahead to issue a vaguely worded public statement to the effect that, in line with the good neighbor policy, the U.S. would not favor any candidate for the 1936 election. But not even Lane wanted to take a position opposing Somoza's presidential bid, despite the unfavorable impression TACO's ascension would make. Ultimately, however, Lane concluded that the National Guard was one of the sorriest examples on our part of our inability to understand that we should not meddle in other people's affairs. 9. Nicaragua's incipient fascist movement, the Camisas Azules, or Blue Shirts, staged rallies and demonstrations in which they hailed the killing of Sandino and compared Somoza to Mussolini and Hitler. Proving he had learned a few things from two Duce and der Führer, Eljif Somoza used fascist gangs to create disturbances so the National Guard could declare martial law. He, not the civil authorities, would then be in charge. Later TACO rewarded the fascists by appointing their leader to head the Ministry of Education. Orders from President Sakesa were ignored or openly defied, while Somoza's own newspaper denounced the weakness and vacillation of the government. Nicaraguans told Lane the Guardia was making extravagant and unauthorized expenditures, imprisoning government officials without trial, and assassinating innocent people. Many of Sandino's remaining followers were massacred, including their wives and children, and critical newspaper editors were harassed, arrested, or kidnapped. On at least one occasion, Camisas Azules, acting with the aid of the Guardia, burned a newspaper office. 10. Sakesa and the members of his government worried over what to do about Somoza. They asked Washington for permission to reorganize the Guardia. Assistant Secretary of State Sumner Welles replied, "The department does not feel that it could comment officially on the proposed reorganization of the Nicaraguan Guardia any more than it could on the reorganization of the military forces of any other independent, sovereign nation. It is the department's opinion, nevertheless, that 224. The continued maintenance of a Guardia Nacional organization substantially as at present is important to the future peace and welfare of Nicaragua. 11. Whatever their intent, such equivocal declarations did not serve to strengthen the self-confidence of Nicaraguan politicians. They encouraged Somoza and discouraged the resistance to his rise. The opinion of the State Department had been law for so many years that neither Somoza nor his opponents seriously believed the Rooseveltian hands-off declarations, no matter how often they were repeated. A person very close to the president, apparently Sakesa's wife, came to Lane to advise him that the government intended to force Somoza to resign, relying on military assistance from El Salvador and Honduras in the event of Guardia resistance. Secretary Hull instructed his minister to indicate that it would be a matter of profound regret if any action were taken to bring about intervention by other Central American countries. When it became clear that Somoza would be a candidate to succeed Sakesa despite his constitutional ineligibility, the U.S. legation was again requested to make a statement. The curt reply was that only the Nicaraguan courts could rule on constitutional questions. 1-2 To a powerless government, such high-sounding advice was little more than a death sentence. As the 1936 election approached, liberals and conservatives agreed to run a joint candidate in a last-ditch effort to stop Somoza. In response, TACO administered the coup de grace to the government. In early June he surrounded the presidential palace with National Guardsmen and forced Sakesa to resign. 1-3 Just a few months earlier the U.S. had granted recognition to Salvadoran General Hernández Martínez, who had come to power through a coup, and had formally announced its abandonment of the non-recognition provisions of the 1923 Washington Accord. Though this change in policy was intended to bring the U.S. into line with generally accepted international practice, the timing had the effect of giving a green light to Somoza. Significantly, as Somoza's coup got underway, Secretary Hull refused the Managua legation permission to join representatives of Latin and European nations in appealing to Somoza to renounce the use of force. 1-4 Like Emiliano Chamorro 11 years before, Taco demonstrated an incongruous punctilio for the formalities of constitutional procedure, despite the scrapping of the 1923 Washington Pact. Through a submissive Congress, he had a proxy, Carlos Brands Yarkin, designated to finish out the remaining months of Sackesa's term. Yarkin dutifully pushed the Elec. 225. Back to December so as to ensure the constitutionally required 6-month interval between his boss election and the incumbency of Sackesa. Somoza also gave up his Guardia post for a short time to circumvent the prohibition on the election of military officers. Washington avoided the question of recognition by merely sending the new foreign minister a note acknowledging the changes in government personnel. 1-5 Since the traditional liberal and conservative parties had jointly nominated Leonardo Argiello for the presidency, Taco formed his own nationalist liberal and nationalist conservative parties. Given the climate of repression and the unlikelihood of winning an election supervised by Somoza's Guardia, Argiello and his supporters boycotted. Needless to say, when the ballots were counted, Somozaism had won the first of many landslide electoral victories: 107,000 votes for, 169 against. 1-6 Exiled former presidents Juan Sackesa, Emiliano Chamorro, and Adolfo Diaz arrived in the United States shortly before the election. As 3 of the 4 Nicaraguan signers of the 1932 agreement that turned the Guardia Nacional over to Nicaraguan control, they addressed the following appeal to Secretary Hull. Previous to the signing of the agreement, we called the attention of the American minister, Hon. Matthew E. Hanna, to the danger that the maintenance of the National Guard, under the new command called for in the plan, would eventually constitute a threat to peace and order, for, under such command, it would hardly retain the non-political character it had previously enjoyed. To this, Minister Hanna replied that we could rest assured that the American government would morally guarantee the agreement. Trusting in this promise, we agreed to sign the proposed agreement. The independence from government control which it had been considered convenient to give the National Guard at the time of its establishment in 1927 under American officers, took away from the executive all effective interference in the management of that institution. Therefore, when the United States Marines withdrew, the new Nicaraguan government was left, except for promised United States moral support, entirely at the mercy of the Guard. They went on to recount the illegal steps taken by the Guardia chief up to the coup that forced Sackesa from office. Since that time, they said, Somoza holds sway over the country by armed force and violence, treading on liberty and suffrage. They pointed out the lack of guarantees which make impossible all electoral activity and called upon the United States to lend Nicaragua in these times of need the valuable moral support of its friendly influence to the end that all the evils emanating from the National Guard might be remedied. They did not ask, they said, for renewed occupation or for the support of any political faction. But 226. The principle of non-intervention, dear to all the Latin American peoples and on which is based the policy of good neighbor so full of prestige and so emphatically proclaimed by President Roosevelt, must not exclude the friendly cooperation between the American countries, inasmuch as indifference to the struggles and misfortunes of a friendly or sister nation can in no way denote goodwill towards her. In particular, they added pointedly, in the present case of Nicaragua, such cooperation from the United States follows as a natural sequence of the international origin of the National Guard. 1-7 But Diaz, Chamorro, and Sackesa, who in the past had demonstrated canine faithfulness to the United States, no longer had the ear of the State Department. The U.S. minister attended Tacho's inauguration to Nicaragua's highest office on January 1, 1937, and if the Roosevelt administration disapproved of anything he had done to get there, it was a well-kept secret. Even while still an obscure figure on the Nicaraguan political scene, Tacho had acquired the nickname El Yankee for his command of North American slang, his mannerisms, and his apparent preference for the company of U.S. military and diplomatic personnel. Once installed in the presidency, he lost no time in making his friendship for the United States known to everyone. He had not studied advertising for nothing. Within months, articles began to appear in U.S. newspapers and magazines portraying Somoza as intensely pro-American. References to the murder of Sandino or to the methods Tacho used in his ascent to power miraculously disappeared. He was now depicted as progressive, a builder who brought stability. After all, as an article in Harper's put it, the U.S. cannot get cooperation from a nation torn by civil war. 1/8. T. H. E. Camisas Azules had helped Somoza in his rise to power. The fascists greatly admired Tacho, or at least saw him as the only promising candidate to be Nicaragua's Mussolini. The real Mussolini demonstrated his regard for Somoza by presenting him with a Fiat mini tank, and Tacho, in turn, looked up to the fascist leaders, especially Spain's Franco. But the Nicaraguan dictator had a keen sense of international as well as domestic political expediency. It didn't take him long to perceive how world alignments were shaping up for the coming war. Somoza understood that he must fall in behind the powerful neighbor whose backyard he occupied. He knew well the value of having his anti-communist credentials in order, having lived in the United States during the era of the Palmer raids and having watched as his predecessors Diaz and Moncada played the anti-communist card. In fact, Tacho began discovering communist plots even before becoming president. But now he turned on the fascists as well, and quickly became one of the foremost defenders of democracy in the 227 hemisphere. He was, he said, checking every anti-democratic attempt in my country, wherever it originated, and announced that he was not only granting complete freedom to all free and democratic institutions in Nicaragua, but defending the democratic traditions of the Americas against all foreign systems, whether fascist or communist, as well. 19. Of course, U.S. diplomats and journalists alike knew Somoza's democratic talk was so much hot air for consumption up north. U.S. Minister Meredith Nicholson told Secretary Hull that Somoza sees in democracy only a device for the easy domination of his country, with abundant opportunities for plunder to the strains of the national anthem. Thanks to Nicholson, the State Department was kept well informed of Somoza's real activities, though it chose to say nothing about them. Nicholson told of a web of repression and brutality that included wholesale political killings. But Somoza was smart enough not to kill well-known opponents. While prominent conservatives are not killed, they are apprised of the executive's displeasure by the murder of their ranch employees, wrote the U.S. minister. To reporters, Tacho confided that his version of democracy was stronger medicine than the usual stuff. Nicaragua, he told them, was a sick child, and when a boy's sick, you've got to force castor oil down him whether he likes it or not. After he's been to the toilet a few times he'll be all right. 20. Somoza's appeal had a dollars and cents side, too. He wanted it to be known that he welcomed U.S. capital in Nicaragua, and was soon reported to be signing contracts that granted liberal aid and concessions to Yankee investors. 21. Tacho may have acted the buffoon at times, but he was no fool. He wanted something in return for his friendship. An early ambition was to cajole the North Americans into coming across on the Bryan Chamorro Treaty and finally digging the Nicaragua Canal. Having completed the canal at Panama, the United States extracted the Bryan Chamorro Treaty as an insurance policy and as an added measure of control over Nicaragua, not with any intention of building another waterway. Nevertheless, the increase in traffic through Panama during the post-World War I economic boom was so great that for a time many thought a second canal would be necessary. U.S. engineers made new surveys of the Nicaragua route in the late 1920s. Then came the Depression, the great merchant fleets lay rusting at anchor and no funds were available for such projects. But Tacho's consolidation of power coincided with a partial revival of trade, that and the looming prospect of another world war stirred anew the talk of a Nicaragua canal. However insignificant the flap may have been, it was enough to excite Somoza, who quickly acquired strategically located properties for his own account. Hoping to finally pin the U.S. down to a commitment, he suggested that, as a first step, the United States finance 228. The dredging of the San Juan River to Lake Nicaragua. That part of the project would cost relatively little, perhaps only $3 million, and the rest would come later. In return, he offered to let U.S. troops use the waterway and complete the crossing from Lake Nicaragua to the Pacific by rail. 2. He began angling for an invitation to Washington to discuss the plan with Roosevelt. Ever since I began my political life, I have appreciated the importance to Nicaragua of cultivating cordial relations with the United States, said Tacho in a bit of understatement. Playing his hand close, he told reporters there were many reasons why Roosevelt would want to talk to him. I am sure Nicaragua can, as a small nation, contribute her views to the great ideals of democracy which are being tested by the grave problems of Europe. The invitation to visit the United States was soon forthcoming, despite the State Department's belief that the trip would be a political move to strengthen the position of the Nicaraguan president in his own country. 2-3 Meanwhile, Somoza demonstrated his concern for the practical application of democratic procedures. He called a constituent assembly to revise the constitutional prohibition on presidential second terms. While the delegates were at it early in 1939, they obligingly voted to extend Tacho's stay in office until May 1, 1947, saving the voters the trouble of going to the polls. 25 The timing of Somoza's visit to the United States just 6 weeks later had the effect of putting Washington's stamp of approval on these antics. Good neighbor Roosevelt pulled all the stops for Tacho's visit. He went to Union Station to meet his guest at the train, the first time FDR, disabled by polio, had left the White House to greet a head of state since entering it in 1933. The two leaders of the free world left Union Station together in an open car. 5,000 soldiers, sailors, and Marines in full dress uniform lined the route to the White House, presenting arms as Somoza passed. Joining them were thousands of federal employees who had been let off work to attend. Field guns boomed a 21-gun salute and 42 airplanes flew overhead. Tacho was treated like European royalty. The New York Times thought perhaps the display was meant to make it clear to the people of Latin America that the good neighbor to the north is also a strong neighbor and a useful friend in time of trouble. Roosevelt himself, in preparing for Somoza's visit, reportedly stated the matter more bluntly. He's a xenophobe, said FDR, but he's ours. 2-6. On May 8, Tacho addressed the U.S. Senate, appealing for construction of a Nicaragua canal. The day before, he had presented Roosevelt with a table whose top was elaborately inlaid in gold, ebony, and other tropical hardwoods. On one side appeared the likeness of Theodore Roosevelt above the Panama Canal, on the other, Franklin Roosevelt over the Nicaragua Canal. 2-7 Speaking to the Pan American Society at the swank Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City, Somoza offered his country for the defense of the United States, which is the defense of the continent, and added, "The democracy that is in the American continent we have learned from you of the United States." When he visited Philadelphia, his one-time home, Valley Forge Military Academy presented him with the Order of Anthony Wayne. 2-8. Tacho and FDR in 1939. In contrast to the public VIP reception, however, Roosevelt's offer of aid to Tacho was stingy. It was motivated, moreover, by considerations of national gain. An agreement signed on May 22 provided what was described as assistance to combat economic penetration of Latin America by the totalitarian powers of Europe. Roosevelt did not offer to dredge the San Juan River, much less dig a billion-dollar canal. $2 million of the $2.5 million loan consisted of Import-Export Bank credits for the purchase of US manufactured machinery, mainly for road building. It was to be repaid 230 at 5% interest. Another $500,000 in short-term credit would go to stabilize the exchange rate for Nicaraguan currency, a measure explicitly intended to benefit U.S. holders of Nicaraguan bonds. The United States would assign personnel to head a military academy for the Guardia Nacional and help TACO set up an air force. The U.S. would also send experts to study the possibilities for non-competitive agricultural products in Nicaragua. Finally, as a sop to TACO, engineers would make another feasibility study for a Nicaraguan waterway to add to the piles of studies collecting dust since 1852. 29 Apart from repaying the loan, Nicaragua was pledged to encourage the investment of U.S. capital and to make prompt payments on its outstanding bonds. Somoza's hosts had wanted to impose a new U.S. financial advisor as part of the deal, but TACO balked, explaining that public opinion in Nicaragua would not tolerate any more US-appointed overseers. Such supervision, he said, would have to be unofficial. Commenting on the agreement, the New York Times wrote, "So far as our strictly commercial and financial relations are concerned, Nicaragua is a small factor. Our trade with her accounts for only about 0.1% of our total foreign trade. The importance of the treaty is elsewhere in the strengthening of our bonds with a country that occupies an important strategic position in the Caribbean Sea, relative to the Panama Canal." 30. Somoza left for home feeling his mission had been accomplished. Roosevelt had personally promised him that the U.S. would finance construction of a shallow draft barge canal in the San Juan River if the report showed it to be feasible. TACO and his party naturally were overjoyed with the president's intentions and act as though a barge canal was as good as already agreed upon, wrote Lawrence Duggan, chief of the State Department's Division of American Republics, to Minister Nicholson in Managua. But, added Duggan, in his opinion no canal of any kind would be built regardless of what the survey showed. 3-1 Canal or no canal, the lavish reception in the U.S. was of tremendous value to Somoza. Any Nicaraguans who may have harbored doubts were now fully convinced that TACO was Washington's man, and in Nicaragua that counted for just as much, if not more, than controlling the National Guard. 6 months later, a visiting U.S. congressional delegation gave the dictator an opportunity to return Yankee hospitality. TACO treated the North American legislators to one of the biggest banquets ever held in Managua, and the panegyrics were as abundant as the food and drink. After toasting Roosevelt, TACO proclaimed, "If the United States should ever get into 231 a war, which is against our hopes, Nicaragua will put 10,000 well-trained men at the service of the United States within 24 hours. There will be 40,000 within 60 days, besides our landing fields and other facilities." Senator Elmer Thomas of Oklahoma replied with a toast to Somoza. "I have never visited a more friendly and hospitable country," said Thomas. "It is my personal belief that the United States would more quickly go to war on behalf of Nicaragua than for any other country." 3-2 Somoza's gratitude to FDR was unbounded. He renamed Managua's main street Avenida Roosevelt, he built a statue to the U.S. President and made his birthday a national holiday. Proclaimed TACO, "President Roosevelt seems like a brother to me or a member of my family. I shall never forget our meeting in 1939, for in 5 minutes it seemed as if we had been friends for years." 3-3 When Secretary of War Stimson, early in 1941, advised Roosevelt on the progress of the San Juan River Survey report, the president replied that he no longer desired the completion of the report. The project was being dropped because of the excessive cost and lack of sufficient economic or political advantages to the United States. But TACO was led to believe that the war was the reason the U.S. couldn't help with dredging the San Juan River. He was not about to release Roosevelt from his commitment so easily, however. In 1942, when it became clear there would be no San Juan Canal, Somoza proposed that the U.S. help instead with construction of a road to the Atlantic coast and the capacitation of the port at El Bluff for deep draft vessels. He stressed the project's great strategic importance for continental defense. 3-4 The State Department considered helping Somoza complete a road, already begun, as far as Rama, some 60 miles from El Bluff on the Escondido River. Asking for the opinion of the War Department on the military value of the project, Acting Secretary of State Sumner Welles received the following reply. Washington, April 2, 1942. Dear Mr. Secretary. During a recent conversation which I had with Ambassador Boal and Mr. Bonsai, of your department, I was requested by the latter to forward to you the War Department's opinion as to the desirability, from a military point of view, of building the Rama Road in Nicaragua. The subject of munitions of war under Lend-Lease for Nicaragua and certain other military questions were also discussed. With respect to the building of the Rama Road, it is the opinion of the Operations Section that the execution of this project will tend to increase the stability of the country, and so minimize the possibility of trouble with disaffected elements. The road would have a decided TAC. 232. TICAL value, should it become necessary for United States troops to intervene, either because of attempted uprising by the enemy nationals along the western coast, or because of an attempted hostile raid. Sincerely yours, Dwight D. Eisenhower**. It was agreed to provide $4 million from Roosevelt's discretionary emergency national defense fund for completion of the Pan-American Highway through Nicaragua and for the road to connect it with Rama. The U.S. would also survey the remaining distance from Rama to El Bluff, but would not finance the construction of that section, nor would it help with deepening the port. In return, Somoza had to agree to make no further mention of canalizing the San Juan and to release the United States from any further obligation, explicit or implied, arising from the Bryan-Chamorro Treaty or from the 1939 Roosevelt-Somoza meeting. 3.5. The road to Rama turned into a boondoggle that dragged on for 20 years, it was not completed until the 1960s. 36. The section from Rama to the Caribbean was never built, and the port of El Bluff was not conditioned for large ships. Communication with Bluefields became somewhat easier, but aside from that the Rama Road served mainly to access Somoza properties. It did little for the development of Nicaragua. During the Second World War, Nicaragua was assigned to produce raw materials for the war effort. USPT boats and other naval vessels were built with Nicaraguan mahogany. Primary products from Nicaragua like rubber and citronella oil replaced those from areas of Asia under Japanese control. The U.S. Department of Agriculture set up a research station at El Recreo for stimulating production of crops complementary to the agriculture of the United States. By mid-1943, 95% of Nicaraguan exports were going to the big northern neighbor. 3.7. Through Roosevelt's Export-Import Bank, the Inter-American Development Commission and other agencies, Nicaragua, along with the rest of Latin America, was obliged to pledge itself to shun economic nationalism by reducing or eliminating tariffs, encouraging foreign investment, and refraining from the use of customs protection to foster new industries. Government was to promote private enterprise through such measures as tax incentives and a minimum of regulation. It was not to enter into competition with private capital. These parameters for development would be continued and enforced after the war by the lending policies of the Inter-American Development Bank, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and the International Monetary Fund. 3.8. Good neighbors were tributary neighbors. Nicaragua became an economic satellite of the United States, its role to supply raw materials, buy U.S. industrial products, and absorb a portion of excess U.S. investment capital when required. Development of both industry and agriculture was limited to non-competitive products, those not produced by the United States. It was better than a colony. Nicaragua provided the economic and strategic benefits without the administrative and political overhead. TACO declared war on Japan on December 9, 1941, 2 days after Pearl Harbor. Though he never got the chance to send the Guardia Nacional to fight for the United States, World War II did provide him with other opportunities. He had already received $1.3 million worth of U.S. arms under Lend-Lease ostensibly for the purpose of hemispheric defense, making Nicaragua one of the first nations to benefit from the program. The United States built air bases in Managua and Puerto Cabezas as well as a naval base at Corinto. These were turned over to TACO at the end of the war. The stationing of dollar-spending U.S. personnel at these wartime bases was a boon to the entrepreneurial classes, especially the Somocistas, but the resulting inflation imposed one more hardship on the people, already suffering from war-induced scarcities. Nicaraguan pilots received scholarships to train in the United States, and Somoza emerged from the war with a considerable air force. Keeping up his long-standing practice, he frequently awarded medals to members of United States military missions who visited Nicaragua, making many friends in the process. In 1943, Guardia cadets were sent for the first time to Fort Colic in the Panama Canal Zone for training. By the end of Somoza rule, Nicaragua, with one of the smallest populations in the hemisphere, would have more than 4,000 National Guard members trained at the base, later called the School of the Americas, more than any other Latin American country. 39 During the war the properties of German and Italian nationals were confiscated and sold at auction. The Guardia made sure Taco had no competition in the bidding for choice pieces of real estate, which he acquired for a fraction of their worth. He bought the properties of one German, valued at $1 million, for only $150,000 money he took from the National Bank of Nicaragua and never repaid. 40 Somoza compensated for his lack of business ability with the advantages of being El Jefe, the boss, as the Guardia members called him. National Guardsmen worked his farms, or laborers were simply listed on the government payroll as Guardia members. The Guardia also supplied the trucks and gasoline he needed. Government road and railroad building projects led to Tacho's properties or to those of his relatives. He manipulated 234. Lated the jaws to favor his cattle exporting operations. He owned 51 cattle ranches by 1944 and used licensing procedures to restrict his competitors. In fact, everyone doing business in Nicaragua, at least those who weren't Somoza cronies or relatives, had to pay tribute to Taco through one or another form of tax, licensing fee, or levy. The Guardia, meanwhile, for whom salaries merely supplemented graft and corruption, acted not only as the nation's sole military and police force, but administered a host of other activities including mail, telephone and telegraph, radio broadcasting, and customs inspection, not to mention prostitution and gambling. Just 2 years after Taco came to power, U.S. Minister Nicholson wrote, "What limit may be imposed to the man's rapaciousness does not at this time appear." After 10 years Somoza had become one of the wealthiest men in Latin America, with personal assets estimated at $120 million. 41 José María Moncada, the former best friend of the United States in Nicaragua, one-time protégé of Henry Stimson, and mentor of Somoza, was accused of being unusually corrupt during his term as president. But, quipped Moncada, "Now that Taco is president, they say I was an honest man." Explained Somoza, "God damn, I want to make sure that my family has enough to live on after I die." 4 July 2, 1944 witnessed mass demonstrations against the dictatorship, the first serious challenge Taco faced since coming to power. His relationship with the United States immediately became an issue. The Roosevelt administration's good neighbor image had already been tarnished by widespread criticism in Latin America of the practice of providing Lend-Lease arms to Caribbean dictators. Now, 18 Lend-Lease aircraft arrived in Nicaragua the very week Taco was shooting or imprisoning student demonstrators. 43 U.S. Ambassador James B. Stewart was a big booster of Somoza's stability. His practice of accompanying the dictator on political trips caused Emiliano Chamorro and Juan Sacasa to travel to Washington in 1944 to lodge a protest. 44 Taco, fond of puns, would refer to Stewart as "my steward." Invited to spend one Easter at Somoza's Montelimar estate, the U.S. ambassador rolled up his sleeves and joined several of Tacho's cabinet ministers helping to load a boat with cement from the Somoza factory. An anti-Somoza journalist commented on the incident to Time correspondent William Krem, "Frankly, there are moments when I'm pleased with Somoza when he humiliates the representatives of the country to which Nicaragua owes so much humiliation." 4-5 Colonel Irving A. Lindbergh, who succeeded Clifford Ham as Collector General of Customs in 1928, also headed Somoza's wartime price and com. 235. MERS Control Board. In that capacity he signed an order for confiscation of any business that shut down in a planned anti-Somoza strike. Due in part to Lindbergh's order, the strike failed to materialize. Lindbergh was a U.S. citizen, moreover, his appointment as customs collector had been approved by the State Department during the Protectorate. Theoretically, at least, he was still answerable to the State Department. Having signed the confiscation order without State Department consent, he was advised to refrain from political involvement in the future. But after considerable discussion the department decided not to discontinue its ties with Lindbergh, notwithstanding the repeated protestations that the special relationship with Nicaragua had ended with the good neighbor policy. It was thought to be useful to have an American in the position of responsibility for payment of Nicaragua's foreign debts and for regulating the nation's imports, 95% of which were now coming from the United States. 46. To add to U.S. embarrassment, TACO sent hundreds of arrested demonstrators to a prison camp on one of the Corn Islands. According to the Bryan Chamorro Treaty, the two islands were under lease to the United States and were to be treated as part of the United States. Actually, the U.S. had never taken possession, and the islands remained under de facto Nicaraguan control. But Secretary Hull asked Somoza to move the prisoners elsewhere, and TACO complied. 47. The U.S. relationship with Somoza came under further strain the following year when TACO announced he would be a candidate for re-election when his term expired in 1947. Nelson Rockefeller, then Under-Secretary of State, called in Somoza's ambassador and told him unofficially that the re-election of his boss would not be in the best interest of either Nicaragua or the United States. The U.S. ambassador in Managua repeated the message directly to TACO. To make the point more emphatic, when Somoza asked to buy 10,000 new rifles for the National Guard, he was told there were none available. 48. The refusal considerably upset Fletcher Warren, the new U.S. ambassador, who had taken to tagging along after TACO, just as Stewart had done before him. "We have asked President Somoza for nothing that we haven't received," Warren wrote the department. "I have confidence in the president and think that as long he is president we would be foolish to make an enemy out of a chief of state who has consistently been our friend." But the rifles weren't forthcoming, not just then anyway. And to add insult to injury, when TACO announced plans to attend the graduation of his son Anastasio Jr. from West Point, he was told the visit must be strictly unofficial, and asked to keep it as short as possible. 49. But 236. Ambassador Warren was instructed to discourage a rumored Guardia plot against Somoza. U.S. discomfiture had its limits. TACO finally did renounce the intention to have himself re-elected. Instead he nominated Leonardo Argiello, the aging one-time opponent who had withdrawn in protest from the 1936 election. Argiello had since fallen into step with Somozaism and seemed a dependable puppet. His rival was Enoch Aguado, who had the backing of both the conservatives and the recently formed independent liberals. Political prisoners were released and press censorship relaxed. It looked like a real contest. Somoza opponents' hopes for a fair election were buoyed by public pronouncements against dictatorship by U.S. Assistant Secretary of State Spruce Braden and by U.S. denunciations of electoral fraud in Poland. But when the balloting took place on February 2, 1947, those planning to vote for Aguado were told to line up on one side and Argiello supporters on the other, each with their own ballot box. It seemed much easier for Argiello supporters to get through necessary procedures, because when the polls closed many opposition voters were left waiting in line. The Guardia counted the ballots and announced that Argiello had won by a large margin. 50. The United States was satisfied with the election. Poland was one thing, Nicaragua another. TACO's plan to rule by proxy ran into a snag, however. Old lawyer Argiello, apparently carried away by the size of his popular mandate, did not prove as trustworthy as TACO had thought. The day after his inauguration he began removing or reassigning Somoza appointees, replacing many of them with opposition figures. TACO still had control of the Guardia, though, and on the night of May 25 to 26, Less than a month after Argiello took office, TACO placed him under arrest. By 3 a.m. TACO had the Congress in session, declaring the erstwhile president mentally incompetent, and choosing Benjamin Lacayo Sacasa to replace him. Guillermo Sevilla Sacasa, Tacho's son-in-law and ambassador in Washington, told the State Department that Argiello had been flirting with the communists. 5-1 Most Latin nations refused to recognize the new regime, however, and the Truman administration went along with the boycott. Wrote Time magazine, what optimists now hoped was that international disapproval might goad Somoza into new elections, and that the elections would be honest. 52 But TACO had other plans. Acting on his orders, Lacayo Sacasa dissolved the Congress and called a new constituent assembly to write yet another constitution. The assembly appointed Somoza's uncle, Victor Roman Y. Reyes, to be the new president. TACO was an early enlistee in the Cold War, and his new constitution contained one of the hemisphere's first anti-com. 237. El Jefe Somoza, 1947. Munist clauses. He soon used communist conspiracy charges to justify a new roundup of political opponents. 53 Within a few months the United States had restored formal relations. The unappetizing fact was that a dictator had been given fresh prestige at a time when fresh pressures from his democratic Central American neighbors had begun to threaten his 16-year reign, commented Time 9A. Somoza derived his power from the Guardia Nacional, a private army whose loyalty he assured by an elaborate system of patronage and by the bonds of corruption that united members of an elite organization existing above the law, or better said, that was the law. In the background, of course, and just as essential for maintenance of the dictatorship in the long run, was the carefully cultivated support of the United States. But those were not the only factors that gave the regime its stability. On the civil front there was the Somoza political machine, the Nationalist Liberal Party, headed by TACO himself or by one of his trusted relatives. Membership in the party was obligatory for government workers and even for those employed in Somoza-owned private enterprises. There was no such thing as a secret ballot in Somoza elections. Those who voted for El Jefe, or his stand-in, were given a pink card that Nicaraguans irreverently called La Magnifica, the name given to a prayer card carried by Catholics as a talisman against unknown dangers. 5-5 In Nicaragua, Tacho's Magnifica was more likely to assure safe conduct than any prayer card. But the fact remained that Somoza's principal opposition for many 238 years the Conservative Party had so discredited itself during the long U.S. occupation that few Nicaraguans could relish it as an alternative to Somoza. Its leader, Emiliano Chamorro, was literally and figuratively a relic. Its supporters were the remnants of the Granada aristocracy, businessmen excluded from the Somoza system, and the populations of certain traditionally conservative rural areas. New York Times correspondent Sidney Grusin found that General Somoza's political opposition is led mainly by members of the extremely wealthy class. Observers here say the opposition is more concerned with the increased commercial possibilities that go with political power rather than with the principles of dictatorship versus democracy. 5-6 There was also the Independent Liberal Party, formed by remnants of the historic Liberal Party who split away in 1944 as Somoza consolidated his control over the PLN. But support for the PLI was largely confined to intellectuals, professionals, and artisans in the traditional liberal base of Leon. Also appearing in 1944 was the Nicaraguan Socialist Party. Ideologically, the PSN was aligned with the communist parties of other countries, which at that time were subordinating all issues to the war against fascist Germany and Italy. In practice, that meant unconditional support for those governments participating in the Allied war effort. In Nicaragua that was Somoza. Taking advantage of this policy, TACO initially aided the PSN. By means of its support and the concession of certain social benefits, he was able to assure the passivity of the urban labor movement for a time. Thus the workers remained on the sidelines during the 1944-45 protest wave. 57 But the alliance with the PSN didn't stop TACO from arresting its members during the post-war witch hunt a few years later. The beginning of the Cold War coincided with renewed unrest in Central America, fueled in part by the emergence of reformist governments in Costa Rica and Guatemala. Taco took no chances. On the pretext of fighting communism, he ordered PSN members arrested, and scooped up many conservative businessmen as suspected communists in the same net. 5-8 With the opposition divided, discredited, and marginalized, and with a favorable economic conjuncture brought on by the expansion of cotton exports in the late 40s and early OUs, the Somoza regime could pass itself off to the outside world as a stable, relatively benevolent dictatorship. Killings of opponents were infrequent, brief jailings, beatings, or electric shock treatments would usually suffice to keep things under control. Taco enhanced the democratic facade by allowing Pedro Joaquin Chamorro to take pot shots at him from the columns of the conservative organ La Prensa. After all, 80% of the people couldn't read anyway. It was radio programs he rigidly censored. 5-9. 239. Then, too, the Emiliano Chamorro faction of the Conservative Party gave the regime's image a big boost. After the failure of a feeble attempt at armed revolt in 1948, the 77-year-old Chamorro went into exile, but the following year he was allowed to return to be a candidate in the 1950 presidential election. His followers, meanwhile, made a pact with Somoza in which they became institutionalized as the loyal opposition. Another new constitution was written. It provided that the minority party would receive 1/3 the seats in Congress regardless of electoral results. Since the only legal parties were the conservatives and the nationalist liberals, everyone understood the meaning of the terms majority and minority. The Conservative Party, at least its dominant sector, thus became a mere appendage of the regime in return for patronage. In May 1950, just 2 weeks before the election, Victor Roman y Reyes died in a Philadelphia hospital after an unsuccessful operation. Congress duly swore in Taco, already the PLN candidate for president, to finish out his uncle's term. When Nicaraguans went to vote on May 23, they marked their ballots in the presence of 2 Nationalist Liberal Party members who stood on either side of the ballot box. As usual, those voting for Somoza were given a magnify. Somoza won the expected landslide victory, but this time Chamorro and the conservatives didn't complain. They quietly took their seats in Congress. On May 1, 1951, Taco was sworn in for a new 6-year term. 60 These trappings of democracy made possible the jocular comments of visiting North American VIPs like President Truman's military aide, Major General Harry Vaughan. After being entertained by Taco while visiting Managua in 1951, Vaughan declared, he could just as easily be president of the U.S. After all, he and Harry are just alike. They both like the same things: a friendly poker game, a good story and a stiff drink. 61. According to Thomas Whelan, U.S. Ambassador to Nicaragua, Somoza is not a dictator in the true sense of the word. In any event, having a dependable ally in charge of the strategically most important country in Central America was the overriding consideration for U.S. policymakers during the Cold War, just as it had been during the recently ended World War. As the New York Times noted, in the United Nations, the Organization of American States and other international bodies, Nicaraguan delegates support United States policies so quickly and enthusiastically that they have given a new meaning to the phrase "Me Too." 6-2. Taco was better than a puppet. He did the right thing without prompting. 240. Somoza made another visit to the United States in 1952. Arriving in Washington on May 1, he told reporters, "I am very happy to be back in the United States. I feel at home here." No doubt he was sincere on both counts. Though the visit was unofficial, Taco had come to have gallstones removed. He was welcomed at the White House and lunched with President Truman. In a pre-meeting briefing paper, Secretary of State Dean Acheson told Truman, "His methods have often been criticized in the United States and Latin America. He has, however, restored order to Nicaragua and in recent years has been less repressive. Nicaragua now has a 2-party system and a free press. Recent delegations to international meetings have been bipartisan. Later Somoza got the red carpet treatment in New York City where the mayor presented him with a scroll and Medal of Honor. Somoza told the VIPs assembled for the ceremony he considered the United States to be a big brother. "We appreciate the kindness, protection, and help you have given us," he said. 63. B. Between 1952 and 1954 the U.S. inaugurated several new military assistance programs for the Guardia Nacional. In a memorandum urging the State Department to approve more military aid, the embassy in Managua wrote, "It seems to have been customary in some quarters to have attacked Somoza's character. The embassy agrees that he appears to have an insatiable thirst for money and a considerable love of power. Nevertheless, the embassy believes in his expressions of friendship for the United States. During the last war he virtually offered to turn this country over to us. He says he would do so again. He has consistently instructed his delegates to United Nations assemblies to cast their votes in support of the policy of the United States. He once offered his services in combating the spread of communism from Guatemala but cancelled his plans when he learned they were unacceptable to us. He has repeatedly said that he would do exactly as we say, and we know of nothing in his record that shows any inclination to fail us in international matters." Written shortly before the end of the Korean War, the memorandum alluded to a plan in which Somoza was to play the leading role in an invasion of Guatemala to oust the reform-minded government of Jacobo Arbenz. The project was scrubbed partly because of its potential for negative propaganda impact. The United States was trying to mobilize world opinion against communist aggression in Korea and didn't want attention. 241. Diverted to aggression in Central America. A few months after the memorandum was written, however, the Korean War ended, and a new Guatemala plan was drafted. It gave TACO, at last, his opportunity to be of service. A CIA-sponsored Liberation Army for Guatemala included Nicaraguan National Guardsmen. It trained in Nicaragua on one of Somoza's own estates, while CIA-piloted aircraft took off from Managua's Las Mercedes airport to bomb Guatemalan targets. In return for his help, TACO got to keep much of the equipment left over from the operation, including the planes. 64. In 1953 Nicaragua finally repaid the Ethelberga loan that President Zelaya contracted in 1908 to finance construction of the Atlantic Railroad. The still uncompleted Rama Road was no substitute for the rail project begun by Zelaya and scrapped under the U.S. protectorate. As a result of the US-backed ouster of Zelaya in 1909, the country received not a single benefit from the loan for which its treasury was drained for 44 years. The money had been doled out to a multiplicity of creditors, repaying a complex web of new, non-productive financial obligations imposed by the occupation, the short-lived monetary reform, the exorbitant salaries of a host of North American advisors, administrators, customs collectors, and high commissioners, and the real or claimed private losses resulting from the violence necessary to sustain the various Diaz-Camarista regimes in power. Moreover, with the failure of the 1911 Knox-Castrillo Convention to gain ratification, the Ethelberga loan itself had become the pretext for the formal protectorate that ended in 1933 and for the financial supervision that continued, in the person of customs collector Irving Lindbergh, for 2 decades longer. 65. Somoza could well afford to brush off any suggestion of a domestic threat to his empire. He had the loyalty of a private army and the support of the United States. The icons of the pseudo-opposition were housebroken, and the ubiquitous ears of the regime. The web of Guardia informers kept the dictator one step ahead of any plot against him. As TACO trotted around the dance floor of the Workers' Club in Leon on the evening of September 21, 1956, he had every reason to feel himself securely in control of the nation he had turned into a private hacienda. He was surrounded by well-wishing sycophants celebrating the announcement of his candidacy for a new term as president. It was a gay time and TACO was in his element. But the system did have a flaw. It did not anticipate the possibility that Rigoberto López Pérez, a young poet, acting alone, would step out of the partying crowd and pump 4.38 caliber slugs into the pudgy figure of the dictator. For Lopez Perez it was over in a second. As he knew he would, he paid for his action with his life, instantly riddled with dozens of bullets from the guns of Somoza's bodyguards. But for Taco it was no consolation. "I'm a goner. They got me this time, Tommy," he would tell his poker-playing friend U.S. Ambassador Thomas Whelan in a line right out of a second-rate gangster movie. Learning of the attempt on Somoza's life at 1 o'clock in the morning, Whelan had immediately contacted Washington. The Eisenhower administration spared no effort to save the dictator's life. It rushed a task force of U.S. doctors to the scene, headed by Ike's own surgeon, Major General Leonard Heaton, commander of the Walter Reed Army Hospital in Washington. They took Somoza to Gorgas Hospital in the Canal Zone and operated for over 4 hours, but to no avail. Taco expired a week later. Appropriately enough, the cause of death was diagnosed as organic failure. 6:06 As the Air Force plane with Somoza's body left Panama, U.S. troops fired a 21-gun salute. In a message of condolence to the dictator's widow, Secretary of State John Foster Dulles wrote, "His constantly demonstrated friendship for the United States will never be forgotten." 6:07 The New York Times thought the fact that General Somoza has had a complete dictatorship, although a benevolent one as such regimes go, was no extenuation for trying to murder him. But for any Nicaraguans who might be reading its editorial page, the Times failed to suggest an alternative means for changing things. Instead, it assured readers that Taco Somoza's personal popularity among a majority of his people was beyond a doubt. 6:08 While the doctors in the Canal Zone were laboring to save Somoza's life, Ambassador Whelan in Managua was helping to arrange the dynastic succession. The country was led to believe that Taco would recover and all would soon be back to business as usual. Meanwhile, Anastasio Jr., the 32-year-old younger son of the dictator and head of the National Guard, rounded up some 3,000 suspected political opponents to prevent them from using the confused situation to their advantage. His 34-year-old brother Luis, already president of the Rubber Stamp Congress, was placed in Tacho's chair as head of state. 6:09 For many years the U.S. Embassy was situated atop La Loma, the hill formed by the extinct Tezcapa volcano that overlooks downtown Managua. It was part of a heavily guarded compound that included the presidential palace and the various Somoza residences. No other nations. 243. Embassy was located there. Thomas Whelan, its occupant for more than a decade, could speak no Spanish, and since Taco and his sons all spoke English he saw no reason to learn. Appointed by Truman to pay off a political debt, Whelan was himself a Republican, and he remained as ambassador throughout the Eisenhower years. Described as a farmer and football promoter, he viewed all opponents of the Somozas as communists. When anti-Somoza students at a US-funded journalism school tried to participate in student elections, he interceded with President Luis to have the entire school expelled from the National University. When, on July 23, 1959, the Guardia shot and killed 4 demonstrating students in Leon, Ambassador Whelan issued a statement denouncing the victims as Reds. 70 The U.S. Embassy in Managua was the symbol of an era. And Thomas Whelan personified for Nicaraguans the friendship of the United States for the dictatorship that ruled over them. *_12 The Last Marine. Those who killed Sandino believed they had killed the revolution. They believed they had killed even the possibility of a revolution. Tomasz Borga. In February 1957, 5 months after Tacho's death, Somozaism held another election. Luis soundly trounced the pseudo-opposition and won a 6-year term in the presidential palace. In doing so, the heir to Nicaragua demonstrated his ability to carry on the tradition of political chicanery established by his father. It almost seemed as if nothing had changed, as if the act of Rigoberto López Perez had been in vain. Indeed, Somoza rule had yet to reach its halfway mark. But while the 4 bullets from López Perez's revolver did not topple the regime, the organic failure that claimed Taco was beginning to affect the system as a whole, and Somocismo would never fully regain its equilibrium. Luis thought he could perpetuate Somoza rule by moving the family out of the limelight and ruling indirectly through the party. To that end he announced a liberalization, some of those jailed after his father's death were released, and La Prensa was put on a longer leash. Dressing himself in a business suit, Luis left command of the Guardia to younger brother Anastasio Jr. He had a one-term-only provision reintroduced into the constitution, and took various measures to rationalize the workings of the dictatorship. These efforts impressed Milton Eisenhower, Ike's brother, who visited Nicaragua in 1958, but they accomplished little else. Every crumb of reform merely whetted the appetite of opponents and made hardcore somocistas nervous. One Luis Somoza inherited an economic crisis along with the dynastic mantle. The rapid extension of cotton acreage in a period of high world market prices had brought the country a measure of prosperity during the post-war years. But the price of the fiber fell sharply in the late 1950s, Caus. 246. Ing serious balance of payments deficits. 2. The triumph of the 26th of July movement in Cuba in 1959 coincided with and helped to stimulate an upsurge of armed challenges to the Somozas. These emanated from several sources, including old and new Sandinistas and a section of the Conservative Party resuscitated with the breath of Christian democratic reformism. None of the abortive risings posed a serious challenge, but they did help increase the sense of autocratic insecurity that followed the fall of Cuban dictator Batista. The Cuban Revolution had other important ramifications for Nicaragua. The United States was determined not to lose another country in the hemisphere. In March 1961, President Kennedy announced a vast cooperative effort, unparalleled in magnitude and nobility of purpose, called the Alliance for Progress. He told Latin Americans that by the end of the decade the living standards of every American family will be on the rise, basic education will be available to all, hunger will be a forgotten experience, the need for massive outside help will have passed, most nations will have entered a period of self-sustaining growth. By demonstrating that economic progress and social justice can best be achieved by free men working within a framework of democratic institutions, Kennedy's revolution would undercut the potential for revolutionary movements that challenged U.S. interests. Political freedom must accompany material progress, he said, and pointed to Cuba and to Trujillo's Dominican Republic as the countries he hoped would soon rejoin the Society of Free Men. 3. The Somozas were conspicuously absent from Kennedy's short list of hemispheric enemies of freedom, even though he had criticized them during his presidential campaign. As it happened, at the very moment Kennedy spoke, the CIA was busy preparing the Bay of Pigs invasion force that would set sail the following month from Puerto Cabezas, Nicaragua, the base obligingly provided by Luis and Takito Somoza. 2 months earlier, Adolph Burley, the head of Kennedy's Task Force Latin America, had advised the president-elect that a full-scale Latin American Cold War was underway. Burley, a prominent New York corporation lawyer and veteran of Franklin Roosevelt's Brain Trust, had helped engineer the Good Neighbor policy. Social revolution is inevitable, Burley told Kennedy, it must be dissociated from communism and its power politics. Among the political steps Burley's group recommended was stabilization of social revolution at left of center. To Burley that meant substantially the Betancourt Plan. In Venezuela, liberal President Romulo Betancourt had embarked on a program of limited land reform and industrial development financed by that nation's large oil revenues. Dying dictatorships in the Dominican Republic, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Paraguay were not to be supported. 4. 247. Task Force Latin America thought Kennedy should fire Whelan and negotiate a transition government in Nicaragua which wants just this. A central figure in Burley's scheme for a left-of-center government for Nicaragua, however, was his old friend Luis Manuel Debale, Luis and Takito Somoza's uncle. Debale would later become known as Tio Luz for his 10-year stint as head of Nicaragua's National Light and Power Company, during which he reportedly embezzled $30 million. Burley met with Debale periodically in an effort to arrange things in Nicaragua. During a visit by Burley to Managua in March 1962, Luis Somoza joined him at Debale's place for dinner. Burley told Luis he needed to legitimize his government by getting a clear popular mandate, in such fashion that everybody recognized it. The Kennedy aide congratulated Luisito for Nicaragua's material progress, including a net of paved roads comparable to an American state. 5. Burley's exaggerated notion of Nicaragua's highway system may have resulted from his being chauffeured directly from the airport to DeBale's estate, a route certain to be well tended with US aid dollars. The $300 million that Kennedy held out to Latin America as seed money for the Alliance for Progress was ample incentive for the Somozas to continue their pretense of liberalization. Pressured by Burley and Aaron Brown, the new U.S. ambassador, they allowed a puppet, René Schick, to assume the presidency in 1963. Luis and Takeito held on to real power as respective chiefs of the Nationalist Liberal Party and National Guard. Schick's election a 10-1 victory over the Zancudos, as conservatives who helped legitimize the dictatorship were known, was as phony as any the regime ever staged. True Somoza opponents weren't even on the ballot. 6. But with Schick in office, the Kennedy and Johnson administrations were spared the embarrassment of dealing directly with a member of the family. Burley's elitist reform plans for Latin America were never realized. The difficulty of the State Department is that it will always come down on the side of the status quo, he wrote in his diary. But this self-styled enemy of dying dictatorships seems to have reconciled himself to Somozaism. In 1966 he concluded that in Nicaragua the social standards were now higher than any other country in Central America. 7. Alliance for Progress programs did give the Nicaraguan economy a big boost, but the main beneficiaries were the Somozas and their cronies. The $30 million in alliance funds spent on road construction enabled the family to greatly expand its beef and dairy operations. The dollar influx also bloated the government payroll with bureaucrats and technocrats. To the extent that this increased the number of middle-class dependents of Somozaism, it broadened the regime's base and helped give it stability. 248. A so-called land reform took some of the peasants dispossessed from the fertile and accessible lands along the Pacific and deported them to the Atlantic jungles. There they were left without transportation or marketing facilities, technical assistance, or access to credit, but where, it was thought, they would be less of a nuisance. 8. A key component of the alliance strategy in the region was the Central American Common Market or Mercamuan. Initially a project of CEPAL, the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America, the goal of the Mercamuan was to resolve or alleviate the severe balance of payments problems of the Central American countries through import substitution, the encouragement of industry in order to reduce dependence on imported products. Because the vast majority of the people were extremely poor, however, the demand for manufactured goods was largely confined to small elites and middle-class sectors. These restricted markets could not support industrialization on a national basis. Since the program took the social status quo for granted, it did not contemplate the thoroughgoing land reform that would be needed to broaden the market. Instead, it adopted the strategy of joining together the small existing markets of privileged consumers in a larger common market. 9. In general concept, the program dovetailed with Washington's objectives of stabilizing the region against the communist threat and of providing new opportunities for North American investors. But certain features of the common market, as envisioned by CEPAL, worried the U.S. It would establish regional economic planning mechanisms and controls on investment and trade designed to ensure that industrialization benefited all the countries equally. Economic planning, which had the ring of socialism, was anathema to the United States, and the idea of controls conflicted with free market dogmatism. So the U.S. decided to strong-arm its way into the Mercamuan. By offering up to $100 million in assistance funds, Washington induced the Central American countries to scrap the planning features and subordinate balanced growth to unrestricted free trade. CEPAL was pushed out and replaced by the U.S. Agency for International Development. Under North American tutelage, the Mercamuan became little more than a mechanism for encouraging foreign investment. This rose from $388 million in all Central America in 1959 to $888 million 10 years later, a 129% increase, compared to 37% during the previous decade. In Nicaragua, where U.S. capital made up 70 to 80% of all foreign investment, United States companies undertook new ventures in food processing, fisheries, tobacco, textiles, chemicals and pesticides, forest products, packaging, steel rolling and fabrication, oil refining, household goods, and ceramics, as well as in such non-industrial sectors as tourism and 249. Banking. 10. While some of the new production was directed toward local markets and did replace imported products, several negative factors more than offset these benefits. Unlimited investment incentives deprived the Central American countries of needed revenues from taxes and duties. Much, if not all, of the production was dependent on expensive imported machinery, semi-finished goods, and even raw materials, most of which came from the United States. In Nicaragua, these new imports understandably accounted for 100% of the non-labor inputs in such industries as oil refining and chemicals, but even reached 35% or more in industries like leather goods and clothing, which could have been produced entirely from domestic raw materials. Then too, many were merely phantom industries that simply mixed, repackaged, or added simple finishing steps so as to take advantage of the tax incentives, free trade, and low-paid labor. In other cases the new investments consisted simply of buying out existing Central American companies. Other local firms were forced out of business through competition. Moreover, with elimination of planning mechanisms, a disproportionate amount of new production took place in El Salvador and Guatemala, which were already the most industrialized of the 5 Central American countries. Even though Nicaragua had the highest economic growth rate in the region during the first half of the 60s, by the end of the decade both Nicaragua and Honduras were showing serious deficits in trade with their common market partners. These problems caused the virtual collapse of the Mercantile in 1970. Industrialization did not bring about an improvement in Nicaragua's balance of payments, quite the contrary. The country's foreign debt, which stood at $222 million in 1971, had grown to $1.2 billion by 1979, making Nicaragua one of the world's most indebted nations per capita. Furthermore, the world economic slowdown that began toward the end of the 1960s undid much of the industrialization that had taken place. 292 factories are said to have closed down between 1969 and 1974 in Managua alone. By the mid-50s cotton had already taken over 80% of Nicaragua's staple food growing region on the Pacific littoral. During the Alliance for Progress decade the stimulation of large-scale agro-export projects produced one of the most extreme concentrations of land ownership in the world, despite the country's low population density. This land reform in reverse is reflected in the fact that between I-960 and 1977 the number of persons engaged in agriculture declined from 60% to 44% of the population. Such a decline in the agricultural labor force often indicates development, industrialization. But in Nicaragua it merely reflected the growing numbers of marginalized persons who congregated in shanty towns on the outskirts of Managua and other major cities with little or 250. No possibility for employment. By the late 1970s half the Nicaraguan population was living on an average annual per capita income of $286. The Alianza para el Progreso did not rectify the severe socio-economic imbalances, nor, in the long run, did it succeed in stabilizing the system. Given a choice between the interests of the Central American countries and those of U.S. corporate investors, the Alianza opted for the latter, just as it chose to identify with local elites rather than the needs of the destitute majority. By the end of the 1970s the problems the United States was supposedly going to help solve were worse than ever, exacerbated in part by the alliance itself. At the end of the 10-year Alliance for Progress, former aid official Jerome Levinson and New York Times Mexico City bureau chief Juan de Anís published a critical appraisal called The Alliance That Lost Its Way. They found that as the threat of Castro lost its urgency, social goals had been sacrificed for technocratic considerations such as monetary stabilization and growth of the gross national product. The objectives of literacy and universal primary schooling had been replaced by an emphasis on technical and higher education. Land reform had given way to efforts to improve the productivity of commercial farmers. Housing programs for the poor became transformed into housing programs for the middle classes and then were dropped altogether. Abandoning the task of social integration, the alliance sought to improve conditions within the core society and perhaps to expand the core over an extended period of time. 1. Conventional development assistance usually serves to accelerate the economic growth of the recipient country, Levinson and Dionis wrote, but the economic benefits will tend to follow the recipient country's existing pattern of income distribution, unless they are accompanied by social or political restructuring, they will go primarily to those who already hold wealth and power. In Nicaragua that meant the Somozas. 1. But the Somozas of Latin America were not the only beneficiaries of the Alliance for Progress. Between 1961 and 1968 U.S. corporations operating in Latin America repatriated $2.16 in profits for every dollar of new investment. In fact, if the total of the various forms of capital repatriation to the U.S. is subtracted from the $18 billion in U.S. loans and grants during the Alianza, the net capital flow from the United States to Latin America was virtually nil. Meanwhile, by the late 60s the United States' favorable balance of trade with Latin America was offsetting nearly two-thirds of its trade deficit with Western Europe and Japan. 1. As the Alliance for Progress visibly failed to exorcise the specter of radical social revolution, the emphasis shifted to counterinsurgency, the other, less publicized strategy to emerge from the Kennedy era. Regional cooperation in Central America underwent a parallel transformation, economic. 251. Integration through the Central American Common Market gave way to military integration through CANDECA, the Central American Defense Council. Originating in a proposal by the U.S. Army Southern Command to combat internal subversion in the region, CANDECA was established in 1964. It involved the standardization of arms and military training, joint maneuvers, and a pact for mutual defense. CANDECA members also exchanged information on subversives. Officers were sent to the U.S. Army School of the Americas in the Canal Zone, where counterinsurgency training replaced classic military tactics, and anti-communist propaganda courses took as much as 20% of curriculum time. As the Miami Herald described it, little countries in Central America are setting a brisk pace for larger nations of the New World in combating Red Cuban subversion as well as in lowering trade barriers. 1. CANDECA-sponsored cooperation proved invaluable to the Somozas. In 1966 Guardia Nacional units participated in two major CANDECA counterinsurgency exercises. The Guardia put the training to use the following year when it crushed an attempt by the Sandinist front to establish a guerrilla base at Pancasan in the Matagalpa Mountains. The counterinsurgency aid the Guardians of the Dynasty received through CANDECA was supplemented by direct military assistance from the United States. In 1961, the year Kennedy launched the Alliance for Progress, Nicaragua had 74 officers training at the School of the Americas, 2 to 3 times as many as any other Latin American country. Somoza's National Guardsmen consistently accounted for the largest number of the school's students. In 1963, direct U.S. military assistance to Nicaragua was valued at $1.6 million, also disproportionately high. That same year the Sandinistas had unsuccessfully attempted to open a guerrilla front along the Coco River. Testifying before the House Foreign Affairs Committee on behalf of the Military Assistance Program for fiscal 1968, General Robert W. Porter, Jr., Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Southern Command, explained that Central America was of particular strategic significance. It dominates the sea, land, aerial and other lines of communication between North and South America, and permits access by relatively defensible routes to the raw materials of South America. 18. Military assistance to the Somoza regime paid off in other ways as well. In 1965 Nicaragua sent a Guardia contingent to join the U.S. military intervention in the Dominican Republic. 252. Though U.S. military equipment and counterinsurgency training enabled the Guardia to contain the guerrilla threat for the time being, the regime showed other signs of decomposition. The year 1966 marked the end of the dictatorship's reformist experiment. The Nationalist Liberal Party nominated THIRD-WORLDISM, the head of the National Guard, to be its candidate for the 1967 presidential election. 2 days later, incumbent President René Schick died, apparently of natural causes, though his failing health was attributed to pressures from THIRD-WORLDISM and his hardline faction. 19 Luis Somoza, the other exponent of Somoza-style liberalization, died of a heart attack the following year. During Schick's term, as part of the Alliance for Progress-related facelift, a Guardia colonel was court-martialed and sent to prison for the murder of 3 alleged agitators. THIRD-WORLDISM's appointee to finish out the remaining months of Schick's term, Lorenzo Guerrero, freed the officer, absolving him of all guilt. 20 The action cleared up any doubts Schick may have created. The Guardia was once again to be regarded as a law unto itself. For the election campaign, a national opposition union, composed of conservatives, independent liberals, and the New Christian Democratic Party, nominated conservative leader Fernando Aguirre. Supporters of Aguirre were subjected to systematic violence and harassment by a new Somocista paramilitary organization, Amaroc's, the Somocista Military Association of Retired Officers, Workers, and Peasants, a precursor of the death squads that appeared later in other Central American countries. 21 The prospect of once again having a Somoza in the presidency galvanized popular sentiment behind Aguirre's campaign. On January 22, 1967, the candidate addressed a rally of 60,000 people in Managua, probably the largest demonstration held in Nicaragua up to that time. When the crowd began to march on the National Palace to protest Somocista violence, the Guardia opened fire, killing at least 40 marchers and wounding more than 100 others. More demonstrations took place during the following days, demanding the release of those arrested. On January 25, in the midst of the evening rush hour, Guardia members ran amok, shouting obscenities and shooting at demonstrators and innocent bystanders alike. Their victims included many women on their way home from work or shopping. This was the first of a long series of almost random acts of violence by the Guard that I was to witness over a period of more than a dozen years, remarked Time magazine correspondent Bernard Diederich. 22 The generalized violence that accompanied Anastasio Jr.'s election even spilled over into internal Guardia disputes. That same year, Guardia Major Oscar Morales beat to death a former officer accused of subversive activities. He tried to cover up the murder by throwing the body down the 253. Anastasio Jr. conferring with U.S. military personnel. Crater of Santiago volcano. But word leaked out, and the public outcry created dissension within the Guardia itself. Morales was tried and convicted on minor charges and sentenced to prison in 1969. He remained free, however, and the following year he shot and killed one of his accusers, a fellow Guardia officer, on a downtown street in broad daylight. Finally sent to prison, Morales was allowed to escape during the 1972 earthquake. 23 With THIRD-WORLDISM's constitutionally prescribed term as president set to expire in 1972, the Zancudo conservatives stepped forward once more to legitimize the continuation of Somocismo. Fernando Aguirre, the bitter opponent of 4 years earlier, signed an electoral pact with Somoza in 1971, under which his followers would share the spoils of office right up to the executive. Following the well-rehearsed formula, Congress dissolved itself to make way for a constituent assembly, which mandated the replacement of the presidency with a triumvirate. In May 1972, THIRD-WORLDISM handed nominal power to a 3-man junta, with Aguirre as its token conservative member. But he retained command of the Guardia. The tremor that leveled central Managua in the early hours of December 23, 1972 measured 6.3 on the Richter scale. Its epicenter was directly under the downtown shopping and commercial area. While the number of persons killed has never been definitely established, estimates of the deaths have been as high as 20,000 or more. 3/4 of the city's population of 400,000 were left homeless. If the earthquake was a terrible reminder of the geological faults underlying the city of Managua, it revealed no less strikingly the decayed foundation of the Somoza Dai. 254. Dictatorship. In the hours following the disaster, the Guardia Nacional virtually disintegrated. Many of its members joined in widespread looting, others abandoned their posts to look after their own families and possessions. It was days before any semblance of order could be restored to the Guard. Acting swiftly to protect the dictator, Ambassador Turner Shelton had 500 troops from the U.S. Southern Command in the Canal Zone airlifted to Managua. They camped next to Somoza's El Retiro Palace in the suburbs south of the city. Martial law was declared and, as head of the Guardia, Somoza assumed full personal control once again. Swept aside was the triumvirate, known to Nicaraguans as the Three Little Pigs, that had fronted for his regime for the past 7 months. THIRD now ruled directly through a newly formed National Emergency Committee that was supposedly directing relief efforts. 24 Somoza's committee administered tens of millions of dollars in international relief funds and supplies. As there was no system of accounting, millions of dollars simply disappeared. The material aid pouring into the country provided lucrative business opportunities for Guardia officers, while the regime's higher echelon parasites made fantastic killings in real estate speculation. Food and other goods were distributed through Somoza's Nationalist Liberal Party. Guardia members and functionaries helped themselves. On his way to Managua to see that donations actually reached earthquake victims, Puerto Rican baseball star Roberto Clemente died in a plane crash. Exposes of corruption in La Prensa, the opposition newspaper, prompted the regime to pass a law levying fines against newsmen who defamed government officials. Meanwhile, the dictatorship did virtually nothing to help the sufferers. Many victims migrated to nearby cities where they had relatives or to seek whatever shelter churches and ad hoc civic committees could provide. In many respects, this spontaneous assumption of governmental functions by the citizenry was a dress rehearsal for the insurrection that was only 5 years away. The Nixon and Ford administrations ultimately furnished $80 million in earthquake-related loans, more than any other single source. But because of the way the aid was administered and became identified with the regime, the U.S. government received little credit from the Nicaraguan people. A 185-man U.S. Army medical team operated from behind a barbed wire barricade next to Somoza's residence. Aside from being one more symbol of U.S. identification with a dictatorship that was now more than ever the object of its people's contempt, the location of the hospital put it far from the suffering population it was supposed to help. Time reported that a 50-person Cuban medical team located in a populous slum was treating 1,000 patients a day, 4 times as many as the much larger U.S. Army unit. 255. Ambassador Shelton, who, like ugly American Ambassador Whelan before him, spoke no Spanish, was at Somoza's side so frequently during the crisis that he seemed more like the dictator's aide-de-camp than a foreign diplomat. Meanwhile, due to the destruction of the U.S. Embassy compound, operations were moved to tents on the grounds of Shelton's mansion residence. The ambassador refused to let embassy staff set up temporary offices inside, and his wife wouldn't permit Nicaraguan nationals employed by the embassy to use the toilets. Nevertheless, Secretary of State Rogers decorated Shelton for his earthquake relief activities. 25 In 1975, columnist Jack Anderson called Shelton the worst ambassador in the U.S. diplomatic service. Shelton had begun his government career by witch-hunting communists out of the U.S. Information Agency. Appointed to the Nicaragua post by Richard Nixon, he became so close to THIRD that local wags said a cabinet meeting was when Somoza and Shelton got together. When, in 1971, the U.S. Senate agreed to abrogate the Byron-Chamorro Treaty, Somoza issued a 20 Cordoba note depicting the exchange of documents. The engraving showed Shelton in a typical pose, head bowed to THIRD. "I think President Somoza is a very nice man," said Shelton. "He is very friendly to the United States, he does a good job, and he's a hard-working leader who has done a lot to improve things in this country." 2-6 Shelton had reportedly helped engineer the Somoza-Aguero Pact of 1971. After the earthquake, it is said, the U.S. ambassador tried to persuade Aguero to accept Somoza's open assumption of absolute power, and when the conservative leader balked, he urged Somoza to replace Aguero and take over anyway. Nor did Shelton confine his matchmaking activities to political affairs. In 1972 he arranged for Howard Hughes to take up residence on the top floor of Managua's Intercontinental Hotel. There the billionaire industrialist apparently considered a number of joint business ventures with Somoza. But Hughes hurriedly departed after the earthquake, having done no more than buy a share of the dictator's Lanka airline. 27 Presumably as part of the earthquake relief effort, a team of mental health experts from the Andromeda Mental Health Clinic for Spanish-speaking peoples in Washington, D.C., traveled to Managua. They found a rise of aggressiveness, depression, and sense of revolt among the people, symptoms they attributed to earthquake-related trauma. Reporting on the team's findings, New York Times correspondent Marvin Howe concluded, many Nicaraguans admit that they are more irritable, and less willing to accept injustices attributed to the authoritarian government. 2-8 After the earthquake, Somoza moved his headquarters into a new compound constructed of reinforced concrete and precast aluminum. 2-9 Takaido, like everyone else, referred to it as the bunker. Unlike everyone else. 256. However, the dictator seemed unaware that it was the perfect symbol for a regime that, in the aftermath of the earthquake, was besieged first by the hatred, and soon by the guns of its own people. THE Sandinist Front for National Liberation burst onto the world stage in December 1974 with a daring raid on a Christmas party given in honor of Turner Shelton at the Managua residence of a pro-Somoza businessman. The Yankee emissary had already left the party, but 13 guerrillas took a number of prominent guests hostage, including Somoza's brother-in-law. Holding out for 3.5 days, they won the release of 14 political prisoners, $1 million in ransom, and the reading of a lengthy denunciation of the regime over radio and television. The guerrillas and the freed prisoners, who included Daniel Ortega. U.S. Ambassador Turner Shelton at Christmas party given by Somoza crony Jose Maria Castillo Quant, just before FSLN raid, 1974. Were flown to Cuba. Almost overnight, the extreme left emerged as a political force capable of inflicting a stinging defeat on the government and proving the vulnerability of the long-ruling Somoza regime, wrote New York Times correspondent Alan Riding, sent to Managua to cover the story. It was clear that Somozaism, so long supported as a retardant to social revolution, had now become the catalyst for radicalism. The perpetuation of the Somoza regime has already increased class consciousness here, and I'm worried that there will be even more polarization now, a member of the upper classes told Riding. The same concern would force a rethinking of the long-standing U.S. policy of uncritical support for the Somozas. 3-0 In fact, conditions propitious for the emergence of a revolutionary move. 257. Ment had begun to appear after the assassination of Anastasio I in 1956. The action of Rigoberto López Pérez gave a political impulse to growing unrest among important sectors of the population. The wholesale evictions that accompanied the expansion of cotton production alienated the peasants, while the extension of Somoza tentacles outside the traditional realm of agriculture antagonized many business people. The grasp of the Somoza family and its hangers-on was strangling whole branches of commerce and industry. 3-1 The new movement sprang from long-dormant roots. The crusade of Sandino had never ended entirely. A year after the guerrillero's death and the massacre of his followers at Huayvalay, a number of survivors led by Pedro Altamirano tried to reinitiate armed struggle. But Altamirano was tricked and murdered by Somoza agents in 1937, and the brief flurry of guerrilla activity came to an end. The remaining Sandinistas dispersed in hiding or in exile, where they awaited favorable conditions to take up arms once more. Many remained loyal to the goal of a sovereign and independent Nicaragua under a socially equitable regime, but they possessed neither Sandino's leadership qualities nor the ability to hold the movement together under changed conditions. Episodic attempts by Sandino lieutenants to resume guerrilla activity haunted the Somozas over the years but invariably failed. Juan Gregorio Colindres was killed trying to open such a guerrilla front in the mountains of Jalapa in 1948. Other efforts led to the death of Octaciano Morazan in 1954 and Ramon Rodales in 1958. 32 But after the killing of the first Somoza in 1956, the hegemony that the ineffectual Conservative Party exercised over the opposition by default began to erode. This was particularly true after 1958-59 when the 26th of July movement's defeat of the Batista dictatorship in Cuba gave a great impetus to activity outside traditional opposition channels. Although the universities had been centers of anti-Somoza agitation since the mid-1940s, the student movement now began to re-evaluate the experiences of Sandino and, as is inevitable in 20th-century revolutionary movements, to examine the ideas of Marx and the theoreticians of the Russian and other modern revolutions. Carlos Fonseca stood out among the leaders of the Nicaraguan student movement in the 1950s. While he, too, studied the writings of Marx, and joined the Nicaraguan Socialist Party, Fonseca was instrumental in reviving interest in Sandino. Arrested in 1956 after Tacho's assassination, he spent a brief period in prison and then traveled to the Soviet Union and East Germany. Returning to Nicaragua, he was wounded in one of the 20 or so armed attempts against the dictatorship that took place in the late 50s, most of them influenced by the success of the Cuban Revolution. Fonseca escaped to Cuba where he recuperated. 258. From his wounds. When he left there he quit the Socialist Party, and in 1961, became one of the principal founders of the FSLN. Also joining in the formation of the new Sandinista movement was Colonel Santos Lopez, a surviving comrade in arms of Sandino. Lopez led the FSLN's first unsuccessful guerrilla front at Bocaí in 1963. Joining later were the three Ortega brothers, Daniel, Humberto, and Camilo, whose father had fought with Sandino. 3. The defenders of the status quo, naturally, accused the new Sandinistas of being part of a Cuban effort to export revolution. But Nicaraguan student leaders had been denounced as communists or Marxists long before the triumph of the Fidelistas, as had virtually everyone, regardless of political beliefs, who opposed the Somoza regime. Like radicals in many other Latin countries, Nicaraguans tried unsuccessfully to repeat the Cuban guerrilla experience. In this they received moral and a small amount of material support from Cuba. On the other hand, there is strong evidence that the Fidelistas who fought in the Sierra Maestra had been influenced by Sandino's struggle, even trained by surviving members of the original Sandinista movement. It might easily be said, therefore, that to the extent the Cubans were involved, they were merely repaying a favor re-exporting, so to speak, a revolution they themselves had imported from Nicaragua. 34 As serious revolutionaries, the Nicaraguans looked at the experiences of other countries, including Cuba and the Soviet Union, and examined the theories of Marx and of other thinkers to see what they could adapt to their own circumstances. In the same way, Sandino had endeavored to synthesize the variety of theories and experiences extant in his own time. But the Nicaraguan revolutionaries were homegrown. They were radicalized by the gross injustice and inequality fostered by a dictatorship that maintained itself in power with the help of the United States. Though the FSLN repeatedly met with failure in its military operations, the very fact that the new Sandinista movement persisted and defied the efforts of the dictatorship to eradicate it proved that it represented something more than the occasional armed attempts of the conservative opposition. Those, more than anything else, had been aimed at getting Somoza and the U.S. Embassy to take them seriously. In particular, the guerrilla front opened at Pangasinan in 1967, though crushed the same year, succeeded in projecting the Sandinist front as an opposition force on a national scale. 3-5 After the 1972 earthquake, the FSLN began to make significant headway in clandestine organizing in the cities. Somoza responded to the 1974 Christmas party raid by launching a fierce repression. He imposed a state of siege that lasted for 3 years. 259. while an intensive counterinsurgency campaign tried to wipe out the FSLN once and for all. Gradually, the outside world learned of a reign of terror instituted by the National Guard in the departments of Matagalpa and Zelaya. In June 1976, a U.S. congressional subcommittee hearing testimony on human rights violations in Nicaragua received a letter from a group of 31 North American Capuchin missionaries working in Zelaya Department. It documented numerous tortures, rapes, and disappearances among the peasants of the Atlantic Coast region. This was followed by a pastoral letter issued in January 1977 by the Nicaraguan Bishops' Conference and signed by Managua Archbishop Obando y Bravo. Though suppressed in Nicaragua, it reached international news media, confirming the existence of widespread torture, rape, and summary execution of civilians. According to the bishop's letter, 2 mass executions totaling 86 civilians including 29 children had occurred in the mountains of Zelaya in the previous weeks alone. The following August, Amnesty International published a report on Nicaragua that expanded on the earlier revelations. 3-6 In the wake of the Vietnam defeat, Watergate, and the disclosures of CIA dirty tricks, many members of the U.S. Congress reflected widespread concern over the United States' association with repressive dictatorships. Just before Jimmy Carter's election to the presidency, the 94th Congress mandated the Secretary of State to appoint a human rights coordinator who would issue an annual report on the status of human rights in countries receiving U.S. aid. 3-7 These human rights concerns were echoed to a certain extent in Carter's presidential campaign. They paralleled a debate taking place in the highest circles of power over how best to contain the advance of social revolutions in the Third World. On one side were partisans of continued uncritical support for U.S. allies with proven anti-communist track records including many of the world's most notorious human rights violators like Somoza and the Shah of Iran. On the other side were those who believed that repressive dictatorships that provided no safety valve for opposition would surely hasten the very social revolutions the U.S. was determined to prevent. Ultimately this would require the sort of large-scale U.S. military intervention that had proven so costly and problematic in Vietnam. Their solution was to elicit a certain amount of liberalization from the heavies in the U.S. camp by means of a carrot-and-stick approach. Such reformist managerial schemes were not entirely new. Indeed, the broadening of the political base of conservative Third World regimes they sought to achieve closely resembled what the Alliance for Progress had unsuccessfully tried on the economic level. But in the early 1970s such measures were seen to be even more imperative. Vietnam Syndrome had made counter-revolutionary military interventions by the U.S. 260. Virtually unthinkable, at least for the time being. Even before Carter's election the liberalizers viewed Nicaragua as a test case. Nicaragua was selected as a proving ground for the new strategy because U.S. national security concerns there were felt to be less immediate than in Iran or South Korea, which were also coming under attack for human rights abuses. Moreover, it was erroneously thought that the counterinsurgency campaign launched after the FSLN's 1974 Christmas party raid had eliminated leftists as serious contenders for power in Nicaragua. Such appeared to be the case after November 1976, when 2 principal FSLN leaders Eduardo Contreras, who led the Christmas party raid, and Carlos Fonseca were killed by the National Guard. 38 Jack Anderson's columns, combined with criticism from within the State Department, had compelled President Ford to replace Ambassador Shelton with James Theberge in 1975. Theberge, like Shelton, was a professional anti-communist, though one of a different caliber. With an academic think tank background, he had authored such books as The Soviet Presence in Latin America and its sequel, Russia in the Caribbean. Ford assured Somoza that the replacement of Shelton was not to be taken as representing any change in United States policy, but there is reason to believe the switch was more than cosmetic. Shelton's actions, openly identifying the U.S. with Somoza, and his reports on the stability of the Nicaraguan regime had come under fire from more perceptive members of the embassy staff. Such clumsiness on the ambassador's part made him a serious obstacle to the employment of a more sophisticated policy toward Somoza. It is not unreasonable to suppose that liberalizers in the State Department leaked information to Jack Anderson precisely in order to force Shelton's removal. 39 Thieberge, who arrived at his post in August 1975, began meeting with members of Somoza's legal opposition. Headed by conservative newspaper publisher Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, Somoza opponents had formed a united front called UDEL with the aim of pressuring the U.S. to withdraw support from Somoza. American ambassadors have always been seen here as sort of viceroys or proconsuls, and both the government and the opposition have always tried to win their support, an unnamed foreign official in Managua told Times correspondent Alan Riding 40. While Thieberge's meetings with UDEL did not mean Washington was about to dump Somoza, this feeling out of the opposition was a necessary precursor to more active management of Nicaraguan politics. It indicated that a policy shift on Nicaragua was in the works at 261. Least 2 years before the beginning of Carter's touted human rights campaign. In an interview given in December 1979, FSLN leader Humberto Ortega charged that U.S. pressure on Somoza for limited democratic reforms was deliberately withheld until it appeared that the FSLN had been crushed and no longer constituted a significant political force. 41. The pattern of Washington's subsequent actions lends credence to this charge. The human rights pressure on Somoza corresponded not to the actual level of abuses as documented by various human rights agencies, but to periods in which Somoza's grip appeared to be relatively secure and the Sandinistas either defeated or too weak to present a serious challenge. Conversely, at the times of Somoza's greatest weakness, renewed support in one form or another would be forthcoming, even though it was then that the most serious human rights violations took place. This pattern did not change until the very end, when Somoza's intransigence and world public opinion made further overt support unthinkable. In short, the object was not to replace Somoza but to reform his regime. This goal, as well as the widening gulf that separated it from reality, would become increasingly clear as Somocismo crumbled. There were several operative factors that combined to give the Carter policy the appearance of confusion. In the first place, there was no unanimity in governing circles. Somoza's congressional supporters, led by Democratic Representatives Charles Wilson of Texas and John Murphy of New York, who vigorously opposed any attempt to cut aid to the dictator, represented a more significant and entrenched opposition to the new policy within congressional and national security circles than appeared to be the case. The would-be reformers of Somoza were often compelled to compromise with this tendency. On the other hand, the Carter administration opposed the efforts of more liberal congresspeople to cut assistance funds for Nicaragua. The carrot-and-stick approach was practicable only if Congress approved aid and the executive branch then withheld or dispensed it, as the case seemed to require. Congressional efforts to rein in Somoza through control of the purse strings restricted the administration's maneuverability. Perhaps the most glaring weakness of the managerial strategy, however, was that while it made perfect sense to those who understood and sympathized with it, the gyrations it produced appeared ludicrous to the rest of the world. The policy conflict over Nicaragua surfaced initially in June 1976, 7 months before Carter took office, when congressional human rights hearings were pending. At that time, Ambassador Thieberge flew to Washington for a meeting with Representative Edward Cook of New York, a key 262 critic of Somoza aid. Thieberge tried to assure the congressman that Somoza's human rights violations were not systematic, and therefore did not warrant a cut-off of assistance. 42 Even after Carter took office and massive human rights violations were confirmed by the Capuchins and the Nicaraguan Bishops' Conference, the U.S. Embassy in Managua continued to take a low-profile approach. Said Thieberge, "We have reason to believe that some of the allegations of human rights violations are accurate, and our concern has been made clear to the Nicaraguan government on various occasions in the past year." But, in the ambassador's opinion, the situation still did not warrant an aid cut-off. A few months later, Taquito suffered a mild stroke. The Carter administration sent a U.S. Air Force ambulance plane to take him to the Miami Heart Institute, evidence of its continued solicitude for the well-being of Somozaism. 43 In August 1977 Congress approved $3.1 million in military sales credits for Somoza for fiscal 1978, after the State Department gave assurances that the money would not be made available until signs of human rights progress were forthcoming. But behind the scenes, the administration was striking a deal that would allow arms shipments to continue. Fiscal 1977 military sales credits worth $2.5 million had not yet been released, and authorization to spend military aid funds expired on September 30. After several conferences between U.S. and Nicaraguan officials, on September 19 the Somoza regime rescinded the state of siege that had been in effect since 1974. The Carter administration used the lifting of martial law to justify signing the $2.5 million military assistance agreement just days before the authorization expired. 44 The theoretical reinstatement of constitutional guarantees did not help peasants who were being tortured, raped, or massacred, however, a fact that wasn't lost on critics of continued U.S. aid for Somoza. At the very moment it was giving the go-ahead for further military aid, the administration announced the suspension of $12 million in economic aid. Karen D. Young of The Washington Post reported from Managua, U.S. Embassy officials here are confused by the apparent contradiction over whether Washington considers the human rights situation here to be better, as the military assistance approval implies, or not, as indicated by the economic aid deferral. If everyone else was perplexed, at least matters were clear back at the State Department. It was merely a question of juggling the carrot and the stick. Since military aid could not be deferred, it would be released as the reward for lifting the state of siege. Economic aid, on the other hand, could be carried over into 1978, and it would be withheld as an inducement for Somoza's continued cooperation. Or, as Deputy Secretary of State Warren Christopher put it, on the basis of our reasoning. 263. We thought it was the right thing to do. Christopher felt Somoza had been given a big enough signal for the time being. 4-5 To the FSLN, the maneuvers around the lifting of the state of siege presaged a us-engineered arrangement. In return for certain superficial reforms, the conservative opposition would assent to Somoza's continuance in power till the end of his term in 1981. Even though they felt themselves to be ill-prepared, the Sandinistas resolved to launch a new offensive with the express purpose of sabotaging the plan. Their suspicions about U.S. intentions appeared to be confirmed in December when Mauricio Solon, President Carter's new ambassador, set up talks between Somoza and the opposition that were to begin on February 5, 1978. 46 Before the date for the talks arrived, however, the FSLN offensive had set in motion a process that made accommodation impossible. It began on October 13 with a series of coordinated attacks in various parts of the country, including the city of Masaya just a short distance from the capital. The offensive was only partly successful from a military standpoint, and the guerrillas suffered significant casualties, though they emerged largely intact. But the political results were more important. The Sandinistas had reappeared in force precisely when almost everyone else considered them to be defunct. 47 Somoza, whose confidence was shaken, was only disposed to make concessions when he felt he had things under control. Likewise, as events would prove, the United States would only exert pressure on him when the Sandinistas did not appear to be a threat. But the moderate opposition, sensing both Somoza's weakness and the political risk they took by compromising with him, were emboldened to demand changes that undermine the very foundations of the dictatorship. In coordination with the FSLN military offensive, opposition political, business, and church leaders representing a broad spectrum of opinion, issued the document of the 12 from Costa Rica. Calling for the complete overthrow of the dictatorship and the inclusion of the FSLN in any political solution, it cut the ground from under any opposition politicians who might still be considering a deal with Somozaism. 48. It has been said that the January 10, 1978 assassination of internationally renowned journalist and perennial regime critic Pedro Joaquin Chamorro was Somoza's undoing. Certainly the act brought the anti-Somoza movement to a head. But Chamorro's murder was a symptom, not the cause, of Somoza's most terminal illness. It made little difference whether the killing was ordered by Takaido himself, as many assumed, or by his son Anastasio III, as others thought, or even by Cuban exiles who were running a blood plasma exporting racket in partnership with Somoza, literally bleeding the Nicaraguan people for profit. That 264. Chamorro had exposed just a short time before. 49. Engulfed by the hatred of its own people, the system headed by the Somozas was lashing out blindly and senselessly against a symbol of a world it could no longer control. Just over a year later, the fury of the dying order claimed the life of hapless ABC TV reporter Bill Stewart. To Guardia goons he seemed to represent the treachery of the Yankees, who had turned against their ever-faithful friends in their time of agony. Unknown to the guardsmen who pulled the trigger, the much-maligned government headed by Carter went further to maintain the Somoza regime intact than anyone could reasonably have expected. Less than a month after Chamorro's assassination, with Nicaraguan business and labor on strike demanding an end to the dictatorship, with the Guardia daily using tear gas, clubs, and bullets to disperse anti-government demonstrators, the State Department issued the annual report on human rights that Congress had mandated as a precondition for foreign aid. The section on Nicaragua reported that while serious abuses of the rights of persons were committed by the National Guard, allegations of new abuses markedly diminished after President Somoza ordered the National Guard commanders to avoid any abuses whatever. Since the lifting of the state of siege, the report continued, the political scene has been characterized by vehement and lively press and public debate, and steps toward a national dialogue between the government and opposition groups. The divergence from reality might have been attributed to its having been prepared several months in advance. But on February 16, 2 weeks after the report's release, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Sally Shelton, testifying before a House subcommittee, reiterated the conclusions, although problems remain, it is our opinion that marked progress has been manifested since early 1977, she said. Furthermore, Shelton asserted that the National Guard had thus far reacted in a generally restrained manner since Chamorro's murder. She characterized the Guardia's actions in suppressing unrest as the fulfillment of a duty to protect the population from terrorism and acts of violence. 50. The military aid the administration requested for Somoza for fiscal 1979 amounted to a mere $150,000 training grant. Closer examination by a House subcommittee revealed, however, that the figure was really $600,000, the same level of training funds as the previous year. Intentionally or not, it had been made to appear, by a change in accounting methods, that funds for the Guardia were being reduced. Deputy Assistant Secretary Shelton asserted that continued aid to the Nicaraguan National Guard was necessary because it helped provide a sense of security which is important for social, economic, and political developments, and because it helps to maintain 265. Our cooperative political relationship with that country. 51. While releasing its own generally favorable report on Nicaragua, the State Department was trying to stifle a Venezuelan-sponsored initiative for a human rights investigation to be conducted by the Organization of American States. The U.S. reportedly favored a quiet, unpublicized approach. In fact, the State Department was afraid of upsetting the dialogue between Somoza and the opposition that it still believed to be possible. But moderate and conservative foes of the regime were worried by the rapid surge to radicalism by workers, students, and the poor, reported the Times. Allen writing. To be seen selling out to Somoza could only increase that radicalism and destroy whatever influence the moderates still retained. In reality, the opposition had ceased to be moderate or conservative after the killing of Chamorro, in the sense that it was unwilling to commit political suicide by endorsing any formula that would retain Somoza. Yet Washington, apparently trying to recycle its Espino Negro solution of 1927, was thinking in terms of an arrangement that would provide guarantees for an election to be held in 1981, 3 years away. Because of their fear of radicalism, the Nicaraguan conservatives could not embrace Somoza. The United States, for the same reason, could not let go of him. 52. The amount of U.S. aid for Takaido that was under discussion was of little importance in and of itself. Until the end the Guardia was relatively well supplied. The repression eventually caused ammunition stockpiles to run low, but Somoza had taken the precaution to establish alternative supply sources in Israel and Argentina. 53. The important thing was the psychological effect of continued support from the United States. An encouraging word from the Carter administration or a favorable vote in Congress for a few dollars worth of aid was far more important than whether or not the aid ever arrived. The fight over the $150,000, therefore, was just as crucial as if it had been billions. The State Department was trying to release enough aid to maintain its support for, and its leverage over Somoza. At the same time, it sought to appease the human rights lobby by downplaying the importance of the aid. Thus, when the Senate Foreign Relations Committee voted on May 11 to eliminate the fiscal 1979 military appropriation for Nicaragua, the Carter administration responded by releasing the $12 million in economic aid that it had withheld the previous September. In a complete about-face from its previous position, it now claimed that the economic aid was being released because it benefited the poor, not Somoza, while military aid was being delayed pending further human rights improvement. At the same time, however, it became known that 266. Several weeks earlier the State Department had quietly released $160,000 in equipment credits for a military hospital. The administration appears to be rewarding backward steps, a New York Times editorial observed. 5-4 Takaido, himself, seemed to be confused about the signals from Washington. He told Washington Post reporter Karen DeYoung he thought his relations with the Carter administration were all right, while Alan Riding quoted him as saying that those who historically have beaten up blacks and kept Indians as second-class citizens have nothing to teach us. 5-5 The crisis continued at a rolling boil during 1978, with more daring actions by the FSLN and the first mass insurrection in the Masaya Indian community of Monumbo. On August 1 the press learned through a leak that Carter had sent a secret letter to Somoza, congratulating him on his promises to improve the human rights situation, just when the State Department was receiving reports of increased violations. This was no casual slip-up. The idea for the letter reportedly originated in the National Security Council, an indication of the seriousness with which the administration viewed the Nicaragua situation. Disagreement in the State Department over the move was apparently responsible for the text of the letter being made public. 56 The editors of the Washington Post were furious over the leak, even though their own paper broke the story. It is very well to argue, as some State Department human rights advocates evidently did, that President Carter risked undercutting the cause by writing a personal letter to Nicaraguan President Anastasio Somoza last month patting him on the back for certain human rights improvements. Steering another country's social and political change is tricky, and there's room to debate tactical details. But leaking the letter wasn't playing by the rules, they thought. A president should be able to send a personal letter without worrying that those he consults in preparing it will blab. They were even more concerned, however, that the letter and the leak are premised on a view of Nicaragua that may be fundamentally wrong, that what the United States is dealing with in Nicaragua is a human rights problem. They found it profoundly disturbing that American policy toward that small and dependent country has come to be taken as symbolic of whether the administration is serious about human rights. There were, the Post editors felt, more important questions that outweighed human rights considerations. What the United States is really dealing with in Nicaragua, or so we in 267 increasingly suspect, is a revolution. It is comforting to think that the aging dictator Somoza * will somehow fade away and be replaced in the scheduled 1981 elections by moderate Democrats friendly to the United States. A second Cuba is not out of the question. The danger, they concluded, required an urgent diplomatic initiative. 5-7 The Post editorial revealed much about strategic policy considerations, but it did little to help solve the problem of those who were trying to steer Nicaragua's social and political change away from revolutionary channels. The steerers could not agree on what kind of urgent diplomatic initiative to take, any more than they could agree on when to apply the carrot and when to apply the stick or how much of either might be needed at a given time. But events were about to force them to a consensus. On August 22, 1978, a squad of FSLN combatants dressed in National Guard uniform seized the National Palace in downtown Managua. Somoza's rubber stamp Congress was then in session, giving its approval to the economic aid package the Carter administration had released in May. The guerrillas captured over 1,500 people, including 49 deputies and several of the dictator's close relatives. After riveting the attention of the world for the 2 days during which negotiations proceeded, the Sandinistas traded their hostages for the release of 59 political prisoners, $500,000 in cash, and a plane to Panama. Thousands of cheering Managuans lined the road to the airport. In Panama, Eden Pastora, who led the raid, said, "We decided to strike when we saw the determination of the United States to keep Somoza in power until 1981. 5/8 sparked into action. Opposition business and labor leaders declared a general strike the day after the phenomenally successful National Palace occupation ended. Spontaneous insurrections erupted in all major cities except Managua. Joined by FSLN guerrillas, the muchachos of the nation fought the Guardia for 2 weeks. U.S. News and World Report asked, could the United States continue to support a government opposed by a nearly united people demanding an end to the dictatorship and what is called Latin America's biggest private ranch? U.S. policymakers were agonizing over the question, reported the magazine. What emerges from the debris could be worse than what we have now, said one official. But outright intervention as in Guatemala or the Dominican Republic was not considered. We no longer do that sort of thing, asserted another official interviewed by U.S. News. P9 U.S. policy strategists finally did resolve upon an urgent diplomatic initiative as counseled by the Post editors, inducing Somoza to accept an *Takedo was only in his early 50s. 268. Offer of friendly cooperation and conciliation from the Organization of American States. With the United States leading the way, the OAS is trying to manage the process of Nicaraguan political change, reported a Post editorial with apparent satisfaction. 60 President Carter's special representative, William Bodler, arrived in Managua on October 6, with token representatives of Guatemala and the Dominican Republic in tow. No one seemed to notice the curious coincidence that both OAS mediators represented countries in which the United States had intervened to thwart revolutions in prior decades. The choice of Bodler, however, was definitely not accidental. A former National Security Council member, he had helped set up the new government in the Dominican Republic during the intervention by U.S. troops in 1965. 61 The Carter administration had now concluded that pressuring Somoza to resign was the only means to avert an eventual Sandinista victory. The plan, as reported by the Associated Press, was to have Somoza turn over power to a transitional government headed by some figure within the regime who was not a member of the Somoza family. Foreign Minister Julio Quintana was thought to be a good choice. The purpose of such a transitional regime would be to keep reformist elements out of power. According to reporter Alan Riding, Washington is gambling that, once General Somoza resigns, support for the guerrillas and pressures for reform will evaporate. At the same time, the U.S. launched a diplomatic offensive to pressure Venezuela, Panama, and Costa Rica to end their support for the Sandinistas. 62 But Takedo refused to resign. The Carter administration had influenced the International Monetary Fund to postpone a $20 million loan to Nicaragua to pressure Somoza, but it hesitated to take stronger action, reportedly for fear of alienating his friends in Congress. The politicans of the Nicaraguan opposition were told, meanwhile, that for the United States to remove Somoza would constitute intervention, which the U.S. was now determined to avoid. After so many years of intervention, you say, we don't intervene, remarked a Conservative Party leader close to the negotiations, that's the most sophisticated intervention we have seen. The opposition felt that, having installed and supported Somocismo, the U.S. had a responsibility to root it out. To Nicaraguans, Somoza was the last Marine. 6-3 Having failed to produce Somoza's resignation, the U.S. mediation effort fell back to a compromise plan for a referendum on the dictator's future. A government of national unity would serve during the interim between a plebiscite, to be held within a few months, and elections in 1981. It would preserve the pro-Somoza Congress intact and divide the Kabi. 269. Net equally among the opposition, Somoza's Liberal Party, and independents. If Takito lost the plebiscite, an opposition leader approved by the Somozaists would become president but would have to govern through the cabinet. In no case would Somoza be required to leave the country, and the Guardia Nacional would remain in place. To most Nicaraguans it didn't even look like Somozaism without Somoza but a good possibility of Somozaism with Somoza. 6-4 Special Representative Baudelaire found few, if any, takers for such a plan. 10 weeks of shuttle diplomacy between Somoza and the broad opposition front ended in failure. The group of 12, who were allied with the Sandinistas, walked out of the talks as soon as it became clear that Somoza would not resign immediately. The reformists left soon afterward, and only right-wing elements remained. These stayed long enough to lose whatever credibility they still retained before the Nicaraguan public, but ultimately they too had to reject what looked like nothing more than a new version of the deals employed by the Somozas throughout their reign to keep themselves in power. A moderate business leader summed up their decision: if the choice is between selling out to Somoza or a civil war, we'll reluctantly have to pick the latter. The hope of Nicaraguans for a solution that would avoid further bloodshed, found Allen writing, has given way to disappointment and anger. All but the most conservative were upset that the U.S. thought Somoza could be replaced with an equally conservative, though less brutal, successor, and bitter that Washington, fearing another Cuba, is searching for stability rather than for social and economic change or even human rights, repeating, as they see it, American policy during its occupation of Nicaragua between 1912 and 1933, and its subsequent support for the Somoza family. Nicaraguans note that the Carter administration was silent when the National Guard killed 3,000 people in crushing the September insurrection, but moved quickly to mediate when it recognized the popularity of the Sandinist guerrillas. Evidently, the U.S. was intent upon a political solution that schemes over social problems and ignores the guerrillas so as to prevent them from gaining power or influence. All the while Somoza strung the mediators along, playing for time. 65 As Somoza's National Guard gradually restored control over the country after the September insurrection, Washington's efforts to find a replacement for his regime lost their urgency. U.S. intelligence analysts were predicting that the Guardia, through superior firepower, could defeat any new Sandinista military offensive. When talks between Somoza and conservative opposition figures broke off altogether in January 1979, the U.S. 270 showed its disapproval by canceling its remaining aid programs and cutting its embassy personnel in half. But with Somoza seeming to be securely in power once again, the Carter administration lost interest in mediation. When members of the 12 visited Washington in April, they met with Senator Edward Kennedy, but the State Department made no effort to contact them. In May, the U.S. supported a $65.6 million IMF loan for Somoza. 66 The FSLN's final offensive began on May 29. A series of coordinated attacks by Sandinista columns, strongly reinforced by the thousands of recruits gained in September, sparked new insurrections in the cities. Somoza and the Pentagon had underestimated both the Sandinistas' military capability and the depth of their popular support. The U.S. government now began a Byzantine new series of efforts to keep those it considered radicals from gaining power. The first plan called for intervention under the auspices of the OAS. It was reportedly formulated by Carter's national security advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, in consultation with Secretary of State Cyrus Vance, Defense Secretary Harold Brown, and CIA Director Stansfield Turner. The Brzezinski plan had three parts: to get a consensus among Latin American countries that Somoza had to go, to play up Cuban involvement in order to gain support for intervention, and to send an OAS peacekeeping force to halt fighting while a new government was set up. 67 Secretary Vance addressed a special meeting of the OAS in Washington on June 21. He called for a change in government in Nicaragua, but did not mention either Somoza by name or the Junta of National Reconstruction, the five-member provisional government proclaimed by the FSLN a few days earlier. He also called for a peacekeeping force, citing mounting evidence of involvement by Cuba and others. But Panama announced that it had already granted recognition to the Sandinist-led junta. Mexico spoke against intervention. It is not up to the OAS or anyone else to tell them how they should constitute their government once they knock down a dictator, said Mexican Foreign Minister Jorge Castaneda. The FSLN immediately rejected OAS intervention, and the proposal was withdrawn when it failed to get the support of a single OAS member. 68 As a part of the campaign to generate support for OAS intervention, the U.S. charged that Cuba was providing the Sandinistas with arms and instructors. Stories even circulated that a Cuban army unit had arrived in Costa Rica. But the State Department could not produce convincing evidence to document its allegations, and when the campaign to alarm OAS members failed, the administration backed off from the charges of large-scale Cuban involvement. 69 Testifying before a House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee a few days later. 271. Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs Viren Vaki said there was cause for concern over Cuban involvement and stressed the U.S. objective of preventing a second Cuba. But he downplayed the actual role of Cuba, admitting that it was not the only or even the most important of the Sandinista supporters. In fact, a U.S. intelligence analysis quoted by the New York Times a few days later said, given the low-key approach Cuba has employed in Central America, Havana is likely to do its best to avoid a situation where it might be called upon to intervene directly with its own military units and thus risk a military confrontation with the United States. Times correspondent writing wrote that Fidel Castro had also urged the Sandinists to move cautiously and to do their utmost to maintain warm ties with Washington. 70 As a substitute for the US-backed intervention plan, the OAS adopted a resolution that called for the complete replacement of the Somoza regime, but banned any outside intervention. Although the US voted for the measure, the Carter administration immediately embarked on a new effort that appeared to violate the ban on interference. William Bodler and the newly appointed ambassador to Nicaragua, Lawrence Petzulo, arrived in Central America on June 27 for what was described as another attempt to replace Somoza with a broadly based provisional government. Petzulo reportedly proposed to Somoza that he resign in favor of a constitutional junta appointed by the existing Congress. Somoza, who had already lost control of most of the country outside Managua, indicated his willingness to resign in return for guarantees that the National Guard would be maintained intact and that his Nationalist Liberal Party would play a role in the transitional government. Petzulo tried to persuade opposition figures to accept Somoza's terms in the apparent hope of reducing the influence of the powerful Sandinist guerrillas over any new government. As the plan evolved over the next few days, the U.S. negotiators proposed that Somoza be succeeded by a member of his own party to be chosen by the Congress. The new president would then name a five-member provisional government that would include representatives of the National Guard, Somoza's party, the Conservative Broad Opposition Front, the Superior Council of Private Enterprise, and the Roman Catholic Church. 71 Washington had concluded by this time that no new regime would be possible without some Sandinista representation. As soon as the new National Unity Government received diplomatic recognition from the U.S., therefore, it would invite the Junta of National Reconstruction to nominate 2 additional members. The U.S. officials claimed their proposal was not intended to compete with the Sandinista-led junta but rather to bring together the widest possible coalition of democratic leaders. 272. But within a few days this plan for a moderate, more pro-US provisional government had to be abandoned also. Moderate political and business opponents of Somoza had already endorsed the Junta of National Reconstruction, which included 2 conservatives, Alfonso Rabello, a wealthy cotton grower, and Violeta Barrios de Chamorro, the widow of Pedro Joaquin Chamorro *. Shunning the U.S. plan, the moderate opposition groups issued a joint communique calling on Ambassador Petsulo to conduct all future negotiations with the junta. 7-3 On July 6, Somoza said he was ready to leave without conditions, but that his departure was being delayed at the request of the U.S. negotiators. Petsulo and Bodler had a new strategy, one aimed at neutralizing radical opposition elements in the junta. 3 of the 5 are leftists, said State Department spokesman. We'd like to see a balance or preferably a majority of moderates. The U.S. now tried to pressure Venezuela, Panama, and Costa Rica, all friendly to the Sandinistas, to cut off their support unless the junta would agree to add 2 more moderate members. Petsulo reportedly told opposition leaders that the existence of a democratic regime in the future must be guaranteed in Nicaragua before General Somoza's departure. Another official said the U.S. wanted to help Nicaragua but can't be seen helping a bunch of radicals. The junta had to look moderate for us to be able to sell the package back home. Nicaraguans were bitter at the U.S. stalling tactics. No Nicaraguan sector is asking for expansion of the junta. They all feel properly represented. This request is a foreign one, declared junta member Alfonso Robelo in Costa Rica. 7 For the future of the National Guard was another sticking point. As late as the congressional hearings on June 26 after the murder of ABC newsman Bill Stewart, after the OAS Human Rights Commission's documentation of Guardia atrocities committed the previous September, and in the face of universal repudiation, Assistant Secretary of State Viren Vaki refused to acknowledge that the U.S. had been mistaken in aiding the Guardia. U.S. officials now tried to persuade younger officers to maintain the force after Somoza's departure as insurance against communist influence. All were talking about the need to replace Somoza's hated private army, but the United States had its own idea of what a new army would look like. According to Washington Post reporter Karen D. Young, U.S. policy calls for breaking up the Sandinista army after the war and integrating some moderate guerrillas into a future armed force dominated by the National Guard. 7-5 The Carter administration's efforts to arrange things to its liking produced only widespread anger. The United States has always intervened when we Nicaraguans have tried to define our own future, a wealthy young businessman told Allen Riding. Now it is willing to see Nicaragua bombed back to the Stone Age in order to maintain its system of domination. Even conservative Managua Archbishop Abando y Bravo spoke out in a sermon against the ambiguity of those governments who have thought or continue to think of their own political interests before the common good of the Nicaraguan people. 7-6 The New York Times editors advised Carter to take a cue from Castro, who reportedly said that the best thing Cuba could do for the Sandinistas was to do nothing. America's moral credit in Nicaragua is slim, said the paper. It is a little late in the day, after 4 decades of involvement with the Somoza dynasty, for the United States to insist that any successor to President Somoza's regime must now meet Washington's test of moderate democracy. They recommended instead that the U.S. use the leverage of its economic aid to strengthen the moderate center. 7-7 On July 13, 1979, the Provisional Government of National Reconstruction announced at a press conference in San Jose, Costa Rica, that the rebel armed forces were ready to take Managua and annihilate the National Guard. 2 days earlier, however, it had made public a peace plan that it had sent to the OAS. The plan called for Somoza to resign to his Congress, which in turn would hand over power to the Government of National Reconstruction. Civil rights of all Guardia members who immediately ceased hostilities would be respected. Those officers and enlisted men who wished to do so would be eligible to join a new national army, and Somozist military or civilian personnel who are not found to have been involved in serious crimes against the people would be allowed to leave the country. In an accompanying letter to OAS Secretary General Alejandro Orfila, the junta said it was presenting to the community of nations in this hemisphere the purposes that have inspired our government, as set forth in our documents and policy statements. Among these were the firm intention to establish full respect for human rights in accordance with the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the Charter on Human Rights of the OAS, and to call Nicaraguans to the first free elections that our country will have in this century. 7-8 The option of a non-Somozist third force strong enough to dominate the transition process and exclude radicals simply did not exist. Washington could accept the Sandinista peace plan and hope to use economic aid as leverage with the new government, or it could become totally isolated. It opted for the former. Ambassador Petsulo arranged for Somoza's resignation and departure to Miami. In the early hours of July 17, the Somocista 274 Congress assembled in a salon of the Intercontinental Hotel to receive its last official communication from the dynasty. A few hours later Takeito was in Florida. But the rest of the peace plan went awry. Instead of immediately turning over power to the junta as he was supposed to do, Somoza's nominal successor, House of Deputies President Francisco Urquijo, declared his intention to finish out Somoza's term, and ordered the Guardia to redouble its efforts to defeat the Sandinistas. Though Urquijo's impromptu theatrics lasted only a day before he, too, fled, it was long enough to sabotage the OAS ceasefire arrangement. After another night of heavy fighting, Guard members lost all remaining semblance of discipline and panicked. Some commandeered planes out of the country or fled overland to Honduras, others hastily exchanged their uniforms for street clothes and tried to hide. 79 rebel fighters made their triumphal entry into Managua on the morning of July 19, 1979, carried on the shoulders of the people. 13 National interests. In school we learned about redcoats, the nasty British soldiers that tried to stifle our freedom, and the tyranny of George III. I began increasingly to have the feeling that I was a redcoat, and I think it was one of the most staggering realizations of my life. An ex-Marine, discussing his experiences in Vietnam. Acrimonious polemics that accompanied Reagan's election in 1980 gave rise to an enduring myth that the Carter administration had in some way helped the Sandinistas to consolidate power. As stated by Jeane Kirkpatrick, in Nicaragua and Iran, Carter actively collaborated in the downfall of moderate autocrats friendly to the United States and their replacement with less friendly autocrats of extremist persuasion. In doing so, she said, he manifested a predilection for policies that contravened U.S. strategic and economic interests. Liberals, also, have lent credence to this fiction, apparently for the purpose of demonstrating Sandinista ingratitude. For example, Theodore Sorensen, the former White House counsel to President Kennedy, visited Nicaragua in 1985 as part of a congressional delegation. Engaging in some verbal sparring with Nicaraguan President Daniel Ortega, Sorensen reportedly reminded Ortega that when the Sandinistas came to power, President Carter had welcomed the revolution with no hostility, no opposition of any kind. The truth is that the Carter administration's antagonism toward the Sandinista revolution did not undergo any change after Somoza's fall. But having failed in successive attempts to block the FSLN from coming to power by replacing the dictator with a group of hand-picked moderates, it had to make concessions to the new reality. The Carter strategy was Sim. 276. Ply adjusted to the terrain of post-Somoza Nicaragua. Economic aid would be used to help private enterprise recover. This would strengthen the moderates in a political context that Assistant Secretary of State Viren Vaki described as very fluid, with heterogeneity, confusion, and flux in the power dynamics, one in which many outcomes or scenarios are still possible. 2. The administration presented Congress with a $75 million assistance package, which Deputy Secretary of State Warren Christopher told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee was carefully designed to provide direct support for the private sector. Use of the money would be restricted to purchases of agricultural, industrial, medical, and transportation items that the U.S. has traditionally sold Nicaragua, thus helping to reconfirm our historically close trading ties. Loans would be administered and monitored by the U.S. Agency for International Development. 3. According to the Carter administration plan, Nicaragua's desperate need for help in rebuilding its war-ravaged economy would give the U.S. leverage in compelling the Sandinista government to adopt go-slow policies, in impeding the consolidation of its power, and in facilitating its early replacement with non-revolutionary elements. There will be a number of ways to keep them aware of the fact that we have supplied this money, Ambassador Lawrence Petzullo told members of Congress. Even before the funds were approved, Petzullo felt that $75 million, in terms of the impact that we have had, in terms of the publicity, has been worth 10 times over that. The ambassador urged congressional approval of the loan because the moderates need our support too badly for us to be sitting on the side of the road waiting for things to happen. Viren Vaki, quoting Hans Morgenthau, concluded that in Nicaragua the real issue facing American foreign policy is not how to preserve stability in the face of revolution, but how to create stability out of revolution. But the antagonism of the right, which opposed any deviation from anti-communist orthodoxy, hobbled the attempt to stage manage events in revolutionary Nicaragua, just as it had thwarted earlier Carter efforts. The $75 million aid plan stalled in Congress. Significantly, the early right-wing opposition was not based on considerations of Soviet or Cuban military presence, or on allegations that Nicaragua's revolution was being exported to El Salvador. The sticking point was the Sandinistas' economic and social policies. The prevailing obsession was revealed by Representative Gus Yatron of Pennsylvania, chairman of the House Subcommittee on Inter-American Affairs, when, during hearings on Carter's Central America policies, he queried Assistant Secretary Vaki about the meaning of statements by Humberto Ortega, who said on September 3 that the Nicaraguan revolution aims at equal opportunity for all. In his oblique response, Vaki assured Yatron that the whole economic planning sector of the cabinet is in the hands of moderate, democratic, responsible bankers and professionals who are well known in international circles. 6. The first suggestion of a linkage between El Salvador and Nicaragua came in February 1980. When the Carter administration decided to reverse a previous policy and furnish military assistance to El Salvador. That decision prompted Salvadoran Archbishop Oscar Romero to write the famous protest letter to Carter that preceded by a month his assassination by a rightist death squad. Carter's resumption of arms shipments to El Salvador was reportedly motivated by the desire to prevent another Nicaragua. 7. Right-wingers in Congress lack sufficient strength to defeat the $75 million Nicaragua aid package. Instead, as a delaying tactic, they hit upon the idea of tying approval to developments in El Salvador and Guatemala, and successfully passed an amendment requiring Carter to certify that Nicaragua was not aiding guerrilla movements in the region before the funds could be used. This tactic delayed release of the aid until September, and in so doing laid the groundwork for Carter's certification to become an issue in the 1980 presidential campaign. A few weeks later the Senate adopted 2 amendments by Jesse Helms to the fiscal 1981 foreign aid bill that made a different kind of linkage between Nicaragua and El Salvador, orienting U.S. policy in both countries back to its traditional hostility to social change. The first of Helms' amendments eliminated an appropriation of $5.5 million for military assistance to Nicaragua, the second banned the use of U.S. aid funds for land reform or bank nationalization in El Salvador. 8. With the 1980 election drawing near, Carter showed signs of buckling under the Reaganite pressure, but he finally did assure Congress that Nicaragua was not supporting violence or terrorism. The $75 million in aid was released on September 12. 9. By the end of the year, however, the deteriorating political and military situation in El Salvador had become acute. Holding up the tottering Central American dominoes became a more urgent priority than the problematic nurturing of the Sandinistas' conservative opposition. With just days remaining in office, Carter froze $15 million in undisbursed credits for Nicaragua, ostensibly pending an investigation of Nicaragua's role in the Salvadoran rebellion. 10. THE Reaganites' electoral platform deplored the Marxist-Sandinista takeover of Nicaragua. It announced their opposition to Carter's aid program for that country, or assistance to any Marxist government in this hemisphere. 1. When the new Republican administration proceeded to keep faith with its Cold Warrior image, it surprised only those pundits who had forecast that the responsibilities of state would exert a moderating influence. Within a few months the Reagan State Department officially terminated the Nicaragua loans that Carter had suspended, and blocked an additional $9 to $6 million wheat sale as well. Both moves were linked to alleged Sandinista support for the Salvadoran guerrillas. 12. The first attempt to document charges of Nicaraguan involvement in El Salvador's civil war came in a State Department white paper made public on February 23, 1981. The 8-page report, provocatively titled Communist Interference in El Salvador, claimed to prove, on the basis of captured documents, the existence of a complicated plan by Soviet bloc and other left-leaning countries to supply Salvadoran rebels with hundreds of tons of U.S. and other Western-made arms. These were allegedly being transshipped through Nicaragua with the complicity of the Sandinista government. But despite the enormous quantities of weapons said to be flowing into El Salvador by air, land, and sea, the only hard evidence the authors of the white paper could produce was the discovery in Honduras of a single truck containing 100 US-made rifles and the capture in El Salvador of a light plane with numerous weapons on board, which, though piloted by a Costa Rican, they said had come from Nicaragua. 13. An analysis of the white paper a few months later by Wall Street Journal reporter Jonathan Quitney revealed that the captured documents really contained little, if anything, to back up U.S. charges. The State Department, he found, had extrapolated figures on arms shipments. It had simply presumed, for example, that increased air traffic between Cuba and Nicaragua, which could well have had several explanations, consisted of arms on their way to El Salvador. By the same token, its proof that weapons for the Salvadoran insurgency were being stored in Nicaragua rested on nothing more substantial than a single reference to a place called Lagos. This, the paper's authors claimed, was a code word for Nicaragua. In fact, Quitney found, the guerrilla papers contained considerable evidence to support a contrary argument that Nicaragua and the Soviet bloc. 2 examples of ominous-looking visual aids circulated by the Reagan administration in lieu of evidence to convince the public that Nicaragua was exporting revolution. The map above, purporting to show arms infiltration routes, was circulated with the first white paper in 1981 and reproduced widely in the press. The aerial photo of a fishing cooperative. 280 countries were doing little or nothing to help the Salvadorans. The authors of these mostly unsigned documents complained frequently of a lack of support from the Soviet bloc. In one case they described a cool reception given to a Salvadoran rebel delegation in Managua. 1. The authors of the white paper had made a determined effort to create a selling document, no matter how slim the background material, wrote Quitney. 1. In this they succeeded. The mass media in the United States, with few exceptions, did buy the Reagan administration's contention that Nicaragua was engaged in exporting revolution. In succeeding years the major information outlets continued to repeat and amplify the charges, ignoring the evidence of Quitney and others that this pretext for U.S. hostility toward Nicaragua was merely an attempt to make an uncooperative reality conform to the anti-Sandinista ideology enunciated in Reagan's 1980 electoral platform. After the 1981 White Paper, the Reagan administration turned out new reports annually in an effort to strengthen its case against Nicaragua. But the sequels furnished no more convincing evidence than did the discredited first attempt. Despite the passage of several years, there was no interception of the arms shipments allegedly flowing into El Salvador, a very small country ringed with all the sophisticated military hardware at U.S. disposal. A 1985 white paper attributed this failure to the delivery of arms in canoes are difficult to detect on radar because of their low profile and wooden construction. Yet the U.S. Navy had no difficulty detecting and stopping such craft, with electric searchlights, in 1907. 16. Indeed, the later policy statements made little pretense of supplying factual evidence. The background paper, Nicaragua's military build-up and support for Central American subversion, issued by the State and Defense Departments in 1984, tried to present itself as a scholarly effort, complete with footnoted sources. But these consisted largely of newspaper accounts, many from journals politically aligned with Reagan administration positions such as the Rev. Sun Myung Moon's Washington Times, or publications of the American Enterprise Institute for Public Policy Research, a conservative think tank. Apart from secondary sources, the background paper rested its case on the testimony of Miguel Bolaños Hunter, a Nicaraguan turncoat, and Alejandro Montenegro, a Salvadoran guerrilla who defected after his capture in Honduras. Both had been brought to the U.S. during 1983–84 on publicity tours organized by the State Department and right-wing groups. But the star witnesses offered surprisingly little information, mainly confining themselves to general statements echoing administration charges. Where their testimony was specific, it was sometimes patently absurd, as when Bolaños Hunter asserted that Nicaraguan Vice Minister of Defense 281 Joaquin Cuadra had 5 or 6 Soviet generals as his advisors. The authors of the background paper tried to give substance to their flimsy evidence with a multitude of innocuous photographs, labeled and captioned in such a way as to make them appear sinister. 17 interdicting the alleged arms shipments to El Salvador was initially advanced as the reason for U.S. support to the Contras, who made raids into Nicaragua from bases in Honduras and Costa Rica. These groups, whose core element was former Somoza National Guardsmen, received at least $70 million in assistance from the Reagan administration before Congress voted to cut off their funding in 1984. It became increasingly clear during 1983, however, that U.S. support for the Contras was out of proportion to the stated goal. 19 Accordingly, administration spokespersons began to articulate new justifications for covert actions against the Sandinistas. In a 1985 radio speech in which Reagan called the Contras freedom fighters and our brothers, he asserted that Nicaragua's receipt of modern weapons could even pose a strategic threat to the United States. 20 Both themes, the support for freedom fighters and the strategic threat, were reportedly developed to counter public and congressional opposition to further aid for the Contras. Noting that both the United States and the Soviet Union spend millions of dollars in covert efforts abroad to influence public opinion, New York Times Washington correspondent Philip Taubman cited administration officials as admitting that presenting Nicaragua as a potential base for the projection of Soviet power in the hemisphere was part of an effort to persuade Congress and the public that the U.S. should continue funding the Contras. 2-1 The intensified anti-Sandinista rhetoric that followed Reagan's re-election in 1984 fleshed out suspicions that the real U.S. goal was the overthrow of the Nicaraguan government. These suspicions were confirmed when Reagan told the first news conference of his second term that he sought to remove it in the sense of its present structure, in which it is a communist, totalitarian state, and it is not a government chosen by the people unless it would turn around and say uncle. 2-2 A 1985 publication, jointly produced by the State and Defense Departments and titled The Soviet-Cuban Connection in Central America and the Caribbean, offered a multiplicity of arguments for Reagan administration policy in Central America and the Caribbean. In this regard, it was reminiscent of the varied justifications offered by the Coolidge administration for sending U.S. troops to Nicaragua in 1926–27, and of those employed by President Taft and Secretary Knox during the U.S. interventions of 1909–10 and 1912. The scope had been broadened from earlier position papers to include Cuba's military capability and the alleged pre-US invasion role of Grenada as a base for subversion. But the Soviet-Cuban connection retreated even farther from making specific charges against Nicaragua than did its predecessors. The authors, perhaps reluctant to get bogged down in detailed allegations that could be refuted easily, largely confined themselves to insinuation and other propaganda techniques. They presented pages of information on Cuba's military arsenal, complete with ominous-looking photographs. They informed the reader that Cuba has the capability to invade other Caribbean countries. Cuban MiG-23 aircraft, they asserted, have the range to attack targets in the Caribbean and Gulf of Mexico, including key oil fields and refineries. They did not indicate, however, which oil fields or refineries the Cubans might bomb, or what countries Cuba could possibly invade without triggering immediate war with the United States. Likewise, the authors failed to mention the US-organized Bay of Pigs invasion or other early attempts to overthrow the Cuban government as a possible motive for Cuba's military buildup. They did not even suggest that Cuba's military preparedness would make any U.S. invasion of the island extremely costly, and would entirely rule out an attack by other Western Hemisphere nations acting as proxies for the US. 24 The Soviet-Cuban connection employed the same technique in discussing Nicaragua. Presenting evidence that the Sandinistas had acquired an amphibious armor capability, for example, the authors pointed out that this would be useful in crossing the rivers that form much of Nicaragua's borders with Honduras and Costa Rica. But they did not mention that such equipment is also necessary to defend Nicaragua, particularly its large Atlantic region, which has many rivers and few bridges. Nor did they refer to the large United States military presence in Central America, to U.S. support for the Contras, to the CIA mining of Nicaraguan harbors in 1984, or to the threat implied by earlier U.S. interventions in Nicaragua and elsewhere in the region. Perhaps the most significant omission from administration denunciations of Nicaragua's military buildup, however, was what a classified Defense Department document called a Perception Management Program, which the U.S. has had in place since at least 1983. Revealed by the New York Times, the purpose of perception management is to keep the Nicaraguan government worried about an attack. A key component of the program has been the U.S. military maneuvers in Honduras. A senior administration official quoted by the Times asserted, one of the central purposes is to create fear of an invasion. U.S. troops, he said, push very close to the border, deliberately, to set off all the alarms. Another aspect of the program was the creation of an uproar in November 1984 over the supposedly impending delivery of MiG aircraft to Nicaragua. During the MiG crisis, U.S. State Route 71 spy planes flew over Nicaraguan territory, deliberately causing sonic booms to heighten the atmosphere of tension. Every time there's an invasion scare, said a State Department official explaining the program, they make some concessions. 2.5 Another apparent benefit has been that Nicaragua's inevitable response, the sounding of invasion alarms, allowed the Reagan administration to manage the perceptions of the North American news media and public, portraying Nicaraguan leaders as paranoid. It also furnished new material for white papers on Nicaragua's military buildup. A section of the Soviet-Cuban connection titled Nicaragua, a betrayed revolution appended a list of other complaints to the assertion that the Sandinistas represent a threat to their neighbors. Included were the no familiar charges of establishing a dictatorship, repressing the church, and censoring La Prensa, the right-wing Nicaraguan daily. Also added, however, were allegations of sponsorship of cocaine traffic and, of all things, having demeaned the name of their patron, Cesar Augusto Sandino. 2.6 In trying to make a case for the existence of a security threat to the United States, the Soviet-Cuban connection became caught up in a curious contradiction. Explaining the reasons for alleged Soviet interest in Central America and the Caribbean, it stated, "The Soviet Union sees in the region an excellent and low-cost opportunity to preoccupy the United States, the main adversary of Soviet strategy, thus gaining greater global freedom of action for the USSR. Working through its key proxy in the region, Cuba, the Soviet Union hopes to force the United States to divert attention and military resources to an area that has not been a serious security concern to the United States in the past." 2.7 If the troubles in Central America were indeed a clever Soviet ploy to divert the attention of the United States, it would seem that the Reagan ad. 284 administration fell for it hook, line, and sinker. The publication also asserted, the Soviets could decide in the future that it is to their advantage to fly long-range reconnaissance aircraft from Punta Huet along the west coast of the United States, just as they currently operate such flights along the east coast of the United States by flying out of Cuba. 2.8 But Nicaragua is not conveniently located for surveillance of the U.S. west coast as Cuba is for the east coast. In fact, it is not significantly closer to the west coast than are existing Soviet air bases in eastern Siberia. Reagan administration arguments against Nicaragua were frequently shown to be based on outright falsehoods. Congressman Edward J. Markey tried unsuccessfully in 1983 to get the State Department to furnish the source of the phrase "revolution without frontiers" that administration officials, including Secretary of State Schultz, repeatedly attributed to the Sandinistas. Markey finally concluded that the phrase did not come from Nicaragua at all, but originated inside the Beltway. 29. A similar case occurred when U.S. officials, including President Reagan, quoted Nicaraguan Interior Minister Tomás Borga as saying that Costa Rica would be the dessert in Nicaragua's foreign conquests. Reporters traced the quote to a column by Huber Matos, Jr., an employee of a Miami-based Cuban exile organization. Matos admitted that while he had heard the phrase attributed to Borga in Costa Rica, he had never personally heard Borga use it, nor did he know anyone else who had. 30. In April 1985, the Vatican was compelled to issue a formal denial when Reagan told a religious conference that the Pope had sent him a message expressing support for his Nicaragua policy. Eager to convict the Sandinistas of Marxism, meanwhile, Vice President Bush held up stamps issued by Nicaragua to commemorate the 100th anniversary of Karl Marx's death. But Nicaragua had also issued stamps honoring the 250th birthday of George Washington and the Pope's visit to Nicaragua. 3. A more complex invention, but a widely accepted one, involved the pledges supposedly made by the Sandinistas to the Organization of American States in 1979 in one form or another. This was repeated innumerable times by members of the Reagan administration, the mass media, and even Reagan's Democratic Party opponents, to demonstrate that the Sandinistas had betrayed the Nicaragua Revolution. The story, as told in the Soviet-Cuban Connection, runs as follows. In July 1979, a broad and popular coalition led militarily by the Sandinista National Liberation Front overthrew the government of General Anastasio Somoza and ended a family dynasty that had ruled Nicaragua for more than 4 decades. The new government owed much, 285, of its success to international support for the anti-Somoza forces. The Organization of American States had even adopted a resolution calling for the definitive replacement of Somoza and free elections as soon as possible. In gaining this support, the Sandinistas had pledged to have free elections, political pluralism, a mixed economy, and a non-aligned foreign policy. 52. Clearly implied in the statement is the idea that the Sandinistas made pledges to the OAS as a precondition for OAS support. In fact, the cited OAS resolution was adopted on June 23, 1979, while the frequently mentioned message of the Provisional Junta of National Reconstruction was not telexed to the OAS Secretary General until July 12, several weeks afterward. Nor did the JRGN communication take the form of a pledge, but of a plan to achieve peace. In a message introducing the plan, the members of the provisional government stated that they were presenting to the community of nations in this hemisphere the purposes that have inspired our government, some of which we would like to ratify here. Point 1 declared their intention to safeguard human rights in accord with the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the Charter on Human Rights of the OAS. They invited the OAS Inter-American Commission on Human Rights to visit Nicaragua to monitor the human rights situation as soon as the new government was installed in power. Point 5 of the JRGN message announced the plan to call Nicaraguans to the first free elections that our country will have in this century, so that they may elect their representatives to the city councils and to a constitutional assembly, and the country's highest-ranking authorities. 3. The communication made no mention of a mixed economy, political pluralism, or a non-aligned foreign policy, although these points were contained in various programmatic statements of the junta or the FSLN. On the other hand, the first point of June 23, 1979 OAS resolution referred to by the Reagan administration declared that the solution of the serious problem is exclusively within the jurisdiction of the people of Nicaragua. 3. That sentence alone would have prohibited the OAS from soliciting any formal commitment from the Nicaraguans regarding the character of the regime that was to replace Somoza, even if the OAS charter had allowed for the making of agreements with a provisional government that was then still in exile in San Jose, Costa Rica, and recognized by only one OAS member. If those obstacles had not existed, any express or implied deal would have been voided when Francisco Urquijo, Somoza's nominal successor, failed to implement the terms of the plan to achieve peace, which formed the basis of both the junta's communication and the 286. Transition negotiations that followed. 3-5 Nevertheless, both the FSLN and the governing junta did view the statements to the OAS as moral commitments, and proceeded to act accordingly. In August 1980 the Council of State adopted a law that mandated the beginning of an electoral process in 1984, with elections to be held in 1985. 36 The Inter-American Commission on Human Rights visited Nicaragua in October 1980 in response to the original JRGN invitation. It made its report to the OAS in June 1981. Its findings on the human rights situation in Nicaragua were generally favorable, especially when contrasted to its 1978 report on the Somoza regime or to those dealing with human rights in other countries of the region. The IACR made a number of recommendations in areas where it saw the need for improvement. Many of these were subsequently implemented by the Nicaraguan government. 3-7 The IACR report criticized Nicaragua's failure to adopt a law guaranteeing and regulating the functioning of political parties and the decision to postpone elections until 1985. Significantly, it did not condemn the Sandinistas for betraying a pledge, although it did cite these shortcomings as having an effect on the existence of an authentically democratic system, to which the government of national reconstruction has committed itself. Nicaragua adopted a law on political parties in September 1983, after lengthy debate in the Council of State, and the elections were finally moved up to November 1984 by agreement of the 7 parties participating. 3-8 It was clear even before the ground rules were established for the Nicaraguan election or the candidates certified, however, that the United States government had determined to pursue an attitude of hostility, as it tried to influence opposition groups to abstain. The effort centered around Arturo Cruz, a conservative economist who served briefly as a member of the governing junta and then as Nicaragua's ambassador to the U.S. Cruz had since turned against the revolution, becoming the presidential candidate of a coalition of 4 small opposition groups called the Democratic Coordinator. Shortly before the election, Cruz withdrew his candidacy and called on supporters to boycott the voting. According to New York Times reporter Philip Taubman, the CIA had worked with Cruz's associates to make sure they would block his participation, and the Wall Street Journal reported that Cruz himself had secretly received CIA funds. Asserted one U.S. official interviewed by Taubman, the administration never contemplated letting Cruz stay in the race, because then the Sandinistas could justifiably claim that the elections were legitimate, making it much harder for the United States to oppose the Nicaraguan government. 287. Sergio Ramirez, FSLN candidate for vice president, during the 1984 election campaign. Meant. 3-9 The bulk of the U.S. mass media adopted a similarly antagonistic attitude toward the Nicaraguan election, apparently taking their cue that the election was a sham from the Reagan administration. The November 1984 Nicaraguan election was not perfect. Perfectly democratic elections probably have yet to be held anywhere. But it was far from being a sham. Much was made of alleged harassment of opposition parties by Sandinista mobs. Unquestionably, there were some instances where this occurred during early stages of campaigning. But, contrary to the U.S. portrayals, these incidents were not orchestrated by the government, they resulted, rather, from the government's lack of control. Nicaraguan police did not at first act decisively to prevent clashes between supporters of competing political parties, evidently for fear that any large presence at political gatherings would be portrayed as police state intimidation. The FSLN as a political party distinct from the government deserved criticism for moving too slowly in exerting its authority with some of its youthful supporters. On the other hand, there is evidence that in at least some cases government opponents, especially Cruz partisans, deliberately provoked clashes with pro-Sandinista demonstrators. 40 The past record of the CIA and its close association with Cruz suggests the possible involvement of that agency in planning provocations. But the instances of seeming intimidation, whatever their cause, were 288. Relatively minor. In the weeks before the election, the period when most activity by all parties took place, the incidences of violence had been brought under control so effectively that even the defacing of election posters and graffiti, a normal occurrence in most countries, was conspicuously absent. At the height of the campaign, even minor opposition parties were able to hold street rallies and demonstrations with fewer impediments than such activity would encounter in the United States. There were instances when government vehicles, and perhaps other state resources, were used to bring party supporters to campaign rallies, a kind of practice by no means confined to Nicaragua. Such abuses appeared to be attributable mainly to Sandinista labor unions organized at public enterprises or government agencies. They were not, however, significant enough to affect the election's outcome. Conservative Democratic Party spokesman denounces the government at an outdoor election rally in Anigua, 1984. The official FSLN newspaper, Barricada, gave almost no coverage to the opposition, a policy that did not help promote fair elections. As an avowedly partisan publication, it had no formal obligation to devote space to its opponents. But as one of only 3 dailies in a country with a severe shortage of newsprint, it should have seen this as a duty. Equally guilty, however, was La Prensa, the right-wing paper frequently portrayed as the innocent victim of government censorship. La Prensa, supporting the boycott position of Arturo Cruz, only printed articles attacking the electoral process as a whole. It even refused to give coverage to the opposition parties that were participating, portraying them as Sandinista puppets, something they clearly were not. Clemente Guido, presidential candidate of the Conservative Democratic Party, one of the most important opposition groups, charged that by this policy La Prensa itself was exercising censorship. 41. In refusing to cover the electoral process for political reasons, La Prensa demonstrated that it no longer exemplified independent or objective journalism. Only the independent pro-Sandinista paper Nuevo Diario made a serious effort to devote space to all parties*, but the inadequacies of newspaper coverage were more than compensated by the equal and generous distribution of free television and radio time, and by equal allotments of government funds to all parties, regardless of size. In this, as in the easy registration for voters, the Nicaraguan electoral process was fairer than that of the United States. Perhaps most deserving of praise, however, was the Supreme Electoral Council, an independent body in which opposition parties were well represented. The Consejo Supremo was remarkably efficient in ensuring that prospective voters were informed on the mechanics of the process, and in adopting measures to guarantee a secret ballot and safeguard against fraud in vote counting. In this it was aided by experts from France and Sweden. In the functioning of the Supreme Electoral Council and in its technical aspects, the 1984 Nicaraguan election could serve as a model for other countries. What did not emerge from the election was a system dominated by more or less equally balanced, supposedly middle-of-the-road parties a la the United States or Western Europe. Even if that were desirable, it could not be expected to come about in the polarized conditions of social revolution in post-Somoza Nicaragua. The FSLN won an overwhelming victory, not because the elections were a sham, but because it continued to be the only well-organized, truly mass political party in the country. A majority of the population still adheres to its banner because it alone can take credit for ousting the dictatorship, and it alone has offered the workers, peasants, and marginalized poor any hope of reversing the country's severe underdevelopment and improving their lot. Its competitors demonstrated their incapacity during the long decades of Somoza rule, when they alternated ineffectual forms of opposition, mainly efforts to appeal to the United States with outright complicity with the dictatorship. These groups joined the Sandinista-led insurrection at the last minute, when the fall of Somoza was virtually an accomplished fact. If a Western-style parliamentary or representative democracy does not emerge in Nicaragua, no one is more to blame than the United States. Any chance Nicaragua may have had of developing the necessary preconditions for such a system, a viable and independent economy on free market or capitalist lines, was destroyed when the U.S. ousted the Zelaya government in 1909 to 1910. Zelaya's infrastructural improvements and democratization of education might have established the basis for a democracy of the type the United States always claims to be promoting. but the subsequent U.S. political and military occupation, intentionally or not, inaugurated a 70-year dark age, during which the country became a school not for democracy, but for dependency, sycophantism, corruption, and finally, tyranny. Whatever its shortcomings, the Nicaraguan electoral experiment is of tremendous significance. It marked the first attempt in modern times to institutionalize a multi-party system in a country undergoing a profound social revolution. This is a radical departure from the practices in existing socialist countries, where one party, and usually one candidate, elections are the general rule. The 33% of the vote garnered by opposition parties may have already exercised a significant influence on Sandinista policy. Ultimately, this could lead to the emergence of other viable, popularly based parties within the framework of support for the revolution. Certainly, the path toward development and social justice for the Third World is neither well traveled nor clearly marked, and there is much room for honest disagreement. Whether or not the experiment succeeds depends upon more than the will of the FSLN. If the United States continues to pursue a policy of escalating armed hostility, it may reawaken a hope in opposition politicians, as in the past, that they will be placed in power by the military might of the U.S. This would deter them from seeking representation commensurate with their following through the development of the indigenous political process, now in its infancy. Instead, they would be tempted to align themselves with the Contras, engaging in provocation and confrontation in order to win the approval of the United States government and further its objectives. As is apparent, the official justifications for U.S. actions against Nicaragua are mere pretexts. The question remains to be answered: what is the real motive for United States policy? Almost from its beginning, the United States has asserted the existence of a special relationship with Latin America. The nations of the New World were to form an American system, a republican system distinct from the monarchical order of Europe with its closed colonial economies. The Monroe Doctrine was intended to secure for the United States the advantages of this American system, a hemisphere, as Secretary of State Henry Clay put it in 1825, now open to the enterprise and commerce of all Americans. 4.3 If the influence of European nations could be excluded, or at least limited, the United States, with its enormous economic and geographic advantages, stood to be first among equals. As the U.S. grew larger and more powerful, the assertion of North American primacy became more aggressive, taking on strong racial overtones. Assaults on Mexico, Nicaragua, and Spain's Cuban colony served for a time to postpone the irrepressible conflict between slavery and free labor. The Monroe Doctrine became a shield for territorial expansion under the banner of Manifest Destiny. The growth of United States economic, political, and military power during the latter 19th century was closely bound up with the establishment of important commercial and transit routes through the Caribbean and Central America. The digging of the canal was key to Yankee ascendancy among the world's commercial empires. At the same time, the countries bordering the important trade channels offered fertile prospects for the investment of Yankee capital, then beginning to seek opportunities abroad. These interests carried with them the notion that the United States, for its own self-protection, had a right to exercise superintendency in the region, that it formed a strategic coastline or border of the United States, vital to its well-being. Nowhere was this expressed more clearly than in the U.S. relationship with Nicaragua in the era that began after the Civil War. The United States was predominant because it had no real competition in the Western Hemisphere. Today the United States is practically sovereign on this continent, wrote Secretary of State Olney in 1895, because, in addition to all other grounds, its infinite resources combined with its isolated position render it master of the situation and practically invulnerable as against any or all other powers. All of this would be jeopardized, he said, if competitors gained a foothold. The disastrous consequences to the United States of such a condition of things are obvious. The loss of prestige, of authority, and of weight in the councils of the family of nations, would be among the least of 292. Them. Our only real rivals in peace as well as enemies in war would be found located at our very doors. 44. The fear that powerful European rivals might establish themselves in the Caribbean, crippling the economic and military power of the United States, led Theodore Roosevelt to declare his corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, which was really nothing more than an articulation of the policy that had been developing over several decades. Under this American version of the white man's burden, the Yankee government arrogated to itself the duty to intervene in the affairs of the small states of the Caribbean and the Middle American Isthmus, ostensibly to forestall intervention by others. President Taft and Secretary Knox sought to institutionalize the preventive superintendence embodied in the Roosevelt corollary by establishing protectorates. Under the rubric of dollar diplomacy, they promoted loans by U.S. bankers as a means of gaining customs receiverships and other mortgages on sovereignty. These arrangements appeared to offer the best of all possible worlds, giving the United States maximum control with minimum responsibility. They also served to displace European financiers and promote investment by Yankee enterprise. Though the policy of U.S. overlordship was openly proclaimed by Theodore Roosevelt and William Howard Taft, it was consummated behind the moralizing hypocrisy of Woodrow Wilson. To Puerto Rico, annexed after the Spanish-American War, and Cuba, made a protectorate with the Platt Amendment, were added formal or de facto protectorates in Panama, Haiti, and the Dominican Republic. But Nicaragua gave the United States a severe case of indigestion. The ouster of President Zelaya and the suppression of Nicaraguan liberalism by the Taft administration in 1909-10 marked the first instance in Latin America, perhaps anywhere, in which the United States intervened to remove an established government. Now not only European rivals were to be barred, but indigenous nationalists as well, those whose pursuit of the interests of their own nation might lead them to make arrangements with U.S. competitors or take other actions counter to U.S. interests. The long intervention in Nicaragua that followed produced one of the clearest formulations of United States policy toward the region. Early in 1927, Under-Secretary of State Robert Olds wrote a confidential memorandum on the Nicaraguan situation for Secretary Kellogg and President Coolidge, outlining the considerations that required the U.S. to maintain Adolfo Diaz in power during the Constitutionalist War. This government indisputably has what may be designated a Caribbean policy which has never been definitely formulated and openly avowed, Olds began. The 293 whole of Central America and the Isthmus of Panama, he continued, constituted a legitimate sphere of influence for the United States. If we are to have due regard for our own safety and protection, he saw it as equally vital that the United States control both the Panama Canal and the potential canal route through Nicaragua. 45 Up to that time, Olds said, the world at large had at least tacitly conceded the existence of this special interest. International practice over a long period of time has enforced the idea of a dominant influence by this country in Central American affairs. Our ministers accredited to the 5 little republics stretching from the Mexican border to Panama have always been more than mere diplomatic representatives. They have been advisors whose advice has been accepted virtually as law in the capitals where they respectively reside. Call it a sphere of influence, or what you will, we do control the destinies of Central America, and we do so for the simple reason that the national interest absolutely dictates such a course. Olds' perception of the threat to the United States in the 1926-27 Nicaraguan Civil War bore an uncanny resemblance to Reagan administration pronouncements on Sandinista Nicaragua. At this moment, he said, a deliberate attempt to undermine our position and set aside our special relationship to Central America is being made. The bogeyman of Olds' day was not Cuba or the Soviet Union, however, but Mexico, with whom the United States was engaged in the most insidious type of international struggle imaginable. Referring to Mexico's projected nationalization of its oil and other mineral wealth, Olds asserted that its policy for many years has been progressively anti-American. Mexico has consistently attacked us by confiscation of the rights of our nationals on her own soil and is now delivering this flank attack upon us through Central America. If Mexico's alleged maneuver were allowed to succeed through the victory of the Nicaraguan liberals, the tangible evidence of our influence will have disappeared and notice will have been conveyed to all Central America, and to the rest of the world, that recognition and support by this government means nothing. Until now, Central America has always understood that governments which we recognize and support stay in power, while those which we do not recognize and support fall. Nicaragua has become a test case. It is difficult to see how we can afford to be defeated. The main thing we have at stake in this controversy is our prestige. If we permit the issue to be resolved against us, we shall, at least for a time, take rank as a second-rate power so far as influence in Central America is concerned. Previously, Olds explained, it had been enough for the United States 294 to intervene on the sole pretext of furnishing protection to American lives and property. But under the circumstances he described, it seemed that measures consonant with that pretext would not be sufficient. He recommended, therefore, consideration of whether the time has not arrived for a definite pronouncement by the United States of its special and paramount interest and its intention to not tolerate interference by any outside power in that area. He believed that, despite the risks, sooner or later it may be highly advantageous to clear the atmosphere by an open avowal. Most of the considerations outlined by Undersecretary Olds were in a suitably expurgated form incorporated by the Coolidge administration in public justifications of its Nicaragua intervention. But it was not deemed advisable to make explicit the danger posed by the spread of Mexican nationalism. To make the threat plausible to public opinion, therefore, State Department spokesmen sought to depict Mexico as a conduit for Bolshevism, just as Cuba and Nicaragua would later be pictured as Soviet proxies. The difficulty in imposing on Nicaragua the kind of stability that harmonized with U.S. interests did more than give gas pains to several successive Yankee presidents and secretaries of state. The decades-long North American occupation, culminating with the embarrassment of Sandino's 6-year guerrilla war, proved to be counterproductive. It became a focal point for Latin nationalism, anti-Americanism in the lexicon of the State Department. Instead of adopting Olds' suggestion of an open avowal that the Caribbean area constituted an exclusive sphere of influence, the U.S. government became ever more reticent about publicly explaining the nature of this supposed national interest. In 1930, during the war against Sandino, Secretary of State Stimson suggested to President Hoover the project of a major policy statement, an amendment of the Monroe Doctrine that would answer criticism of U.S. actions in Latin America. In it, Stimson proposed to outline the special interest in Central America arising out of its propinquity to the Panama Canal. Hoover interrupted him to say that he thought that we had better be careful about making too elaborate discussion of our own interest on that point. Stimson explained that he didn't intend to prod that idea forward but to show that it was in line with the preservation of the independence of the countries themselves. 4.6 The failures and liabilities inherent in open intervention made manifest largely by the negative experience of Nicaragua led to a search for less direct methods. The rhetoric of the Monroe Doctrine was exchanged for that of the good neighbor. But the underlying policy remained the same. 295. The hegemonic considerations spelled out by Secretary Olney in 1895 proved their value to the U.S. as never before during World War II. The United States' unchallenged dominance of the Western Hemisphere allowed it to establish a chain of bases in Central and South America well in advance of its own entry into the war. The inter-American system providing the United States with secure supplies of strategic raw materials at the prices it dictated proved to be more dependable than the colonial arrangements of the great powers of Europe. But this national security justification for U.S. Caribbean policy, if it was ever valid, is obsolete in the nuclear age. Any military showdown between the United States and the USSR, or any other nation conceivably capable of seizing the canal, would be over in a matter of hours, if not minutes. The important strategic concerns of an earlier era, the capture of territory, the supply of raw materials, the severing of trade routes, or slow strangulation by naval blockade would be irrelevant. Nonetheless, it seems there is still a great deal of political mileage left in the argument that the Panama Canal and Caribbean sea lanes are vital to U.S. security. It has been unquestioned for so long that it has a strong emotional attachment. The population of the United States, the most powerful nation in the world, has been conditioned to feel more insecure than any other people. No doubt, too, Part of the argument's appeal lies in the dependence upon it of so many military programs and jobs. But the national security justification for U.S. control in the Caribbean region is today a red herring. At one time, Central America was thought to offer great potential for Yankee enterprise. The promise went largely unfulfilled, however, due to changing investment patterns after the two world wars, retrenchment caused by the Great Depression, the lack of necessary infrastructure in the Central American countries themselves, and other factors. Investments in Nicaragua grew to a significant size in the period 1880 to 1920, but later declined to the extent that by the 1930s only Paraguay in all Latin America had less U.S. investment than Nicaragua. 47 direct investments by U.S. companies have never been of paramount importance in determining United States policy toward Nicaragua, at least not in an immediate sense. The interests of North American investors on the Mosquito Coast clashed with State Department policy vis-a-vis Britain in 1894. Government and business joined in ousting Zelaya 15 years later, but the influence of the latter was secondary to larger policy considerations. Few underdeveloped countries have so great a physical potential for growth as does Nicaragua, concluded a lengthy study by the Internation. 296. Al Bank for Reconstruction and Development in 1953. Direct U.S. investment did increase during the Alliance for Progress/Central American Common Market period in the 1960s and 70s, but in 1978, the year before Somoza's fall, it totaled only $90 million, a comparatively insignificant figure. 48. The Reagan administration's pressure on U.S. companies to pull out of Nicaragua would in any case seem to argue powerfully that direct economic interests in Nicaragua itself are not a determining factor in current policy. What is at stake for the United States today, in the view of the policymakers, is the big picture. Nicaragua, though small and poor, is part of an intricate web of economic and political relationships. As with other third world countries, the commodities it produces are marketed and refined by large multinational corporations that take a lion's share of the profits. Unable to control prices or quotas for their products, third world countries suffer from long-term deterioration in the terms of trade, income from their exports continually declines, while the costs of imported machinery, manufactured goods, and other items continue to rise. The increasingly large deficits that result must be financed through increased borrowing at ever higher interest rates, such that for two-thirds of the Latin countries, interest payments alone on external debts represent from 20 to 50% of the value of their exports, while total debt service payments reach as high as 70%. As they fall farther into debt, they are compelled to seek new loans merely to service the existing debts. All thought of development is abandoned. Spending for healthcare, education, housing, and other basic social services, already woefully inadequate, is cut even further to pay off bankers in gleaming skyscrapers in New York or Western Europe. Today each child in Latin America is born with a debt of $650. 50. But while the unending cycle of indebtedness has become an important factor in the decapitalization of the Third World, it has been a boon to the advanced market economy nations, particularly the United States. Loans now account for the greater part of foreign investment in underdeveloped countries, contributing 90% of the foreign capital earnings derived from the energy importing nations of the Third World in 1981. 2/3 of all direct investment by US-based multinational corporations in the Third World is in Latin America. Direct investment by multinationals is often pictured as beneficial to these countries. But U.S. multinationals typically invest very little outside capital in underdeveloped nations. Instead, they borrow from lending institutions in the host countries themselves, and therefore simply divert capital from locally generated development projects. Much of this investment in recent years has gone into the creation of export platforms, manufacturing enclaves established to take advantage of abundant sources of cheap, unorganized labor in countries where going wage rates are frequently 1/10, or less, of those prevailing in the United States. Despite the claims of the multinationals' publicists, Such operations do not as a whole contribute to lessening unemployment or to improving these countries' balance of payments. In most cases they perform simple, partial processes like the assembly of electronic components or garments, whose final destination is not the host country, but the consumer societies of the United States and Western Europe. They do not, therefore, substitute for imports. Moreover, by absorbing scarce local investment capital, buying out local companies, or introducing labor-saving technology, they often contribute to greater, not lesser, unemployment. And as a result of intracorporate price manipulation, profit repatriation, and other practices, they actually contribute to a worsening of the balance of payments. U.S. multinationals reap annual profits of 40 to 400% from these operations, 4/5 of which they repatriate to the United States, helping to offset a large part of the U.S. balance of trade deficit with Western Europe and Japan. 52 But these exploitative relationships are very fragile. Studies indicate that merely by enacting tougher tax laws on foreign investments, the countries of Latin America could generate considerable capital for their own development. A UN study of 10 third world commodities has shown that if the exporting countries had been able to perform just the first stages of processing, their earnings on these products would have increased nearly 2.5 times. Besides cutting into the profits of the multinationals, such measures would create new competitors in the production of manufactured goods and in the bidding for raw materials. Underdeveloped countries do not usually take such steps, despite the enormous potential advantages. One reason is that the elites that govern most of them see a smoother path for themselves in joining, not fighting, the multinationals. Direct bribery of government officials also plays a part. In any case, the third world countries' enormous debts have put them at the mercy of international lending agencies, like the largely US-controlled International Monetary Fund, which block nationalist economic policies through restrictive loan conditions. 5.3 The government inaugurated in Nicaragua in July 1979 is an entirely different matter, however. From the outset the Sandinistas enacted a series of measures aimed at breaking out of the dependency model, nationalization of the financial system and foreign trade, creation of a public sector in the economy, launching an ambitious agrarian reform, and passing new 298 tax laws. 5.4 In doing so they declared their intention to cease playing by the established rules for economic relations between the Third World and the developed metropolises. Nicaragua's challenge to the United States involves much more than the immediate economic interests represented by its small economy. What matters most is its threat to the workings of the system as a whole. If a nationalist experiment in Nicaragua is allowed to succeed, it will furnish an alternative development model with enormous attractive power for the rest of the Third World. The loss of United States prestige and influence is therefore just as much a consideration today as when Under-Secretary Olds worried about it in 1927. Reagan's concern that the greatest power in the world not appear unwilling and incapable of stopping communist aggression in our own backyard can be understood in the same sense as Olds' fear that a victory by the Mexican-backed constitutionalists in Nicaragua would relegate the U.S. to the status of a second-rate power so far as influence in Central America is concerned. 5.5 Just as a successful strike in a very small workshop can have enormous repercussions in an area where low wages are endemic, so Nicaragua's success could cause the economic dominoes to fall rapidly, particularly in Latin America, most of which shares with Nicaragua not only common problems but a common language and culture. Just as employers attempting to mobilize public opinion against strikers routinely accuse them of being communists, radicals, or mobsters, attacking the Sandinistas as Marxist-Leninists or charging them with planning to establish Russian bases is more likely to achieve results than denouncing them for wanting to cease being hewers of wood and drawers of water. If military security were a real concern, it could be addressed easily enough. In 1983, Nicaragua offered to sign a treaty with the United States guaranteeing, among other things, that it would not allow its territory to be utilized to affect or to threaten the security of the United States or to attack any other state. 5.6 The Reagan administration chose not to pursue the offer, even though it included a proposal to allow on-site inspections. Many expert analyses have appeared showing that, contrary to Reagan administration claims, the Soviet Union has been reluctant to become involved in Nicaragua, while the Sandinistas have demonstrated their independence from Moscow on such issues as Afghanistan or attendance at the 1984 Los Angeles Olympics. 5-7 Unlike the United States, the Soviet Union has traditionally shunned security commitments far from its own borders. In the one notable exception, the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, the USSR ultimately withdrew its missiles, giving the appearance of having backed 299 down before the US. The experience, with its consequent loss of prestige, is one the Soviets are not likely to repeat. But the litany of unsubstantiated charges against Nicaragua is not intended to withstand close scrutiny. It is designed to play on the image, cultivated through many years of Cold War, of a monolithic international communist conspiracy bent on world domination. To a population thoroughly imbued with Cold War ideology, it is thought to be enough to make a case that some Nicaraguan leaders are Marxist-Leninists in order to convince the public that they are, as Reagan put it, planning to destroy the fragile flower of democracy and force communism on our small Central American neighbors. 5-8 Individual Sandinistas may or may not call themselves Marxist-Leninists or communists. It is very likely that those that do would be unable to agree on the definition of the terms, at least as they apply to concrete policies. But even if the FSLN as a whole were to describe itself as Marxist-Leninist and agree on what that meant, it would tell little about what it was actually going to do. Those countries presently governed by parties claiming to be Marxist-Leninist pursue very different domestic and foreign policies. At least two of them, China and Yugoslavia, have friendly relationships with the United States. On the other hand, there has grown up in Latin America in the decades following the Cuban Revolution and the failure of the Alliance for Progress, what might be called an historic program that transcends ideology or party labels. It is based on the experience of a century of failed reforms and on both the positive and negative experiences of the Cuban and other Third World revolutions. Broadly outlined, the principal features of this program include a thoroughgoing land reform, the concentration of land in underutilized latifundia while large masses of the rural population subsist on tiny inadequate plots or have no land at all is characteristic of most, if not all, of Latin America. Land redistribution is necessary as a measure of elementary social justice, as well as to increase productivity, reduce or eliminate reliance on imported foodstuffs, eradicate hunger, and reverse patterns of migration into urban slums. There need not be maximum limits on land ownership, and former owners may be compensated. What is key is that fundamental restructuring of land tenancy take place. Best results will be achieved not by applying a dogmatic model, but by establishing a mix of private ownership, cooperatives, and publicly owned agricultural enterprises, adapted to specific circumstances. Nationalization of the financial system is necessary to reorient lending policy to the needs of national development, rather than immediate profitability. Without it, land reform is doomed to failure. Investment must also 300 be channeled into rational industrialization, particularly the elaboration of the country's own raw materials. Nationalization of the banking system is important also to minimize the effects of the inevitable resistance that will be organized by at least some sectors of the old economic elite and, as in the case of Nicaragua, externally directed destabilization efforts. The nationalization of foreign trade is essential for controlling and ultimately reducing the country's level of indebtedness through reduction or elimination of unnecessary imports, and for assuring that products are exported on the most favorable terms. The creation of a public sector in the economy is needed to carry out infrastructural improvements, provide needed services like housing construction, and create new branches of the economy needed for national development. The extent to which private capitalists have failed to invest in industrialization is proof that they are unwilling or unable to do so. This and other measures require some degree of central economic planning. Fundamental restructuring of notoriously lax tax systems to assure that those who can afford it, including foreign corporations, pay their fair share. Along with the creation of a public sector, tax law overhaul is necessary to generate investment funds and to pay for improvements in social services. Nationalization of natural resources to guard against continued depletion of mineral wealth, and to eliminate catastrophic practices like wholesale deforestation. Preservation of private enterprise in a mixed economy. The vast majority of productive units in the underdeveloped world are very small. Philosophical considerations aside, these thousands of small, dispersed producers provide vital goods and services, and cannot be efficiently absorbed or replaced by the state, as some socialist countries have tried to do with disastrous results. It is also desirable from an economic standpoint that efficiently operated larger enterprises remain in private hands, provided they are willing to adapt to the new political and social reality and subordinate the quest for profit to the needs of the nation. Basic restructuring of consumption patterns and radical reform of the educational and health systems are needed to alleviate the critical conditions of the poor and to create the cultural foundation necessary for real development. Democratization of society. Of all necessary measures, this is perhaps the most important and the one in which there has been the least positive experience anywhere. It does not mean the mere holding of formal elections while the basic structures of oligarchic/military control remain intact, or the declaration by a single proletarian party that it represents the will of the masses. Ultimately it may or may not involve traditional parliamentary methods, some form of industrial democracy, or specialized. 301. Vehicles for the expression of public will such as trade unions, consumer groups, or farmers and women's associations. Probably it will need to incorporate elements of all three. Democracy, in the original meaning of the word the rule of the people, is necessary to ensure that development is equitable, to prevent the public sector from becoming a breeding ground for a new privileged elite, to control bureaucratism, and to guarantee the public participation that is necessary if the entire experiment is not to wither and die. Non-alignment. In order to develop, Third World nations need both the technology of the West and the flexibility offered by trade relations with the planned economies of the socialist countries. They cannot solve their problems by imitating the economic or political models of either, or by becoming Cold War pawns. Kissinger Commission report on Central America stated, "There is room in the hemisphere for differing forms of governance and different political economies. Authentically indigenous changes, and even indigenous revolutions, are not incompatible with international harmony in the Americas." 59. All the evidence, however, shows that the attitude of the United States is exactly the opposite. The U.S. intervened overtly or covertly to overthrow elected governments in Guatemala, the Dominican Republic, and Chile, just to cite examples from the second half of the 20th century. It tried and failed to oust the revolutionary government in Cuba, and is now embarked on the same course in Nicaragua. Assuming that the term revolution is not used in the Madison Avenue sense of an old product in new packaging, not a single example can be offered of a country in the Americas where the United States has willingly tolerated a government, revolutionary or not, that seeks basic alterations in the status quo. 60. In 1979 Nicaragua regained the independence it lost with the signing of the Dawson Pact in 1910. Embarking on a serious attempt to overcome its enormous problems, its leaders and people have registered notable achievements in education, health, and other fields. They have also made mistakes, and many problems remain to be solved. But given the legacy of the past, the paucity of resources, and the brutal not to say medieval political tradition of the region, they have done remarkably well. Nicaragua's resumed pursuit of its own national interests is, however, 302. Once again seen as a challenge to the prestige and influence of the United States. Once more, therefore, as Under-Secretary Olds said in 1927, it has become a test case. And once more, disproportionate power is being brought to bear to make it return to the fold of the inter-American system that has served the United States so well for so long. The effort to make Nicaragua again conform to Washington's prescriptions clearly does not rest on international law, which the United States has told the world does not apply to Central America? Does it rest on manifest destiny, on some new corollary of the Monroe Doctrine, or merely on the doctrine of the highwayman that might makes right? As the denizens of consumer society are summoned to hold back the strivings of the Third World, in the jungles of Nicaragua or elsewhere, these will be unavoidable questions.